Alright, hi there YouTube, it's me, Morphsuit America, and I am streaming random stuff, but as the title and the thumbnail suggests, I am going to be looking back at the Sword Art Online, because now they have the translations over here in the Japanese PSO2. I am also going to look at the free items that they give away, because I want to see if they actually updated the 12 stars. Since I'm playing the cutscene, I do have to toy around with my settings. So I'm going to change all of this. Hopefully it's not as loud. Let's see. Hey there, Panda. How you doing? Let's see. What does it sound like? Is it 13? Yeah, voice 13. Nah, I still need to increase it. I'll wait before I actually get into the cutscenes. Let me put the volume up here. Now I'm listening through my stream, seeing if I can get it at the right thing. I might just leave the background music for PSO2, unless it starts to get all weird later on. Wait, what happened to the music? Oh wait, no, that's why I got cut off, because I went to a different window. I kind of wish they did something about that. I hate how it's not actually capturing the game. I had to actually do a display capture. Do I want this character? No, I might go on LVOX because if I look at this, they're doing formal. Maybe swatch the LVOX. I need to add that tree too. Oh shoot, someone subscribed. Hey, thank you, LD. Sorry for the late notice. I'm watching through the stream, not through the actual other window. I might need to put a little display like saying who last subscribed and follow and stuff. I need to make templates, custom templates for that. Let me get on LVOX. Hey there, Ricky, how you doing? What's your... You should be, what, Baron? Oh yeah, they're the one with the Zandy. That's why they couldn't do anything in the FOMO tree. I do want to toy around with that later. However, ignoring that, what do you have in your storage? You have glares, don't you? A bunch of glares. So if I have glares in here, you have glares. Is there glares in here? There's a glare catalyst. I might start moving a bunch of glares into this character storage. I just have to keep a mental note on that. I feel like this is important. Not as much. I'll just leave these glares there because that's tampered with. Same can be said with these ones. Yeah. Actually, might as well move them. Constantin. Oh wait, I am butchering your name. I'm gonna call you Khan. Khan says, I know Global should be getting augments that can be added to their weapons units soon without fixing. Out of curiosity, what affixes do you guys have and what do they cost at the shop? So it depends on what you're going for. If we're talking about endgame and the all-rounder one, it's pretty much the ones that I emphasize on and talked about, especially with Guardians. So however, there are alternatives like, you know, mixing it up so it could be just an attack or heavy on attack side. And then maybe, depending on you yourself, you might not want to get Guardian Soul, but you may want to try to go for an all-rounder, like a step below that. And even... The thing is, you still need to know how to manipulate these certain items. They can give you the guarantee of whatever special ability augment you're going for. It's just that you need to understand how to approach it and what you are doing exactly. Like, yes, you can get those pop items, the catalysts that we're getting soon onto your battle pass over there in Global. It's just that... What is it? This thing over here. This thing over here, they're nice and dandy. It's just that you need to know how to use them properly. If you don't use them properly, then it's gonna be a waste. Or you could technically just pop them, put it on something, and then sell it as it is. If anyone is willing to buy something that's already made. So instead of just talking about it, I would just pull it up. So pretty much this is what we got over here. Granted that people are now putting a Returner 5 on here. If you're playing Global and you're not familiar with what Returner 5 is, it's pretty much Veteran Resolve. It's an all-rounder ability, gives you plus 30 if you get a grade 5. That gives you a good chunk of, a little bit of HP and a lot of PP. So pretty much something like this is what people are getting over here in the Japanese PSO2. If you're playing on Global, you could go for this. Granted that you have to wait for those certain items. I already made a video emphasizing on how people could try to go for Guardian Soul, but when it comes to getting all these extra things, you still need to figure out how to get it, and you still need to acquire these certain items. And then Panda says I'm going to be getting my Xbox Series X tomorrow, so I'm interested in seeing the increase in performance from standard Xbox. Nice. Anyways, let us start the cutscene since I waited. Alright, so Sword Art Online collab. This is... I don't know if it's gonna go over there in Global, don't ask me. Not 100% sure. Wait, what? Wait, hold up. So, Matoi's pretty fucking famous? I didn't realize this was like a handshake. Alright. It's awkward. I mean, it makes sense that she's famous. You can hear bumping and thumping in the background. Wait, sorry about that. Guardians. Okay, I need my other earbud to know when they're done talking. It's Asuna. I love how the text says, girls in knight's armor. Paraphile says, I hope we get to see the other characters from SAO like Sinon. Hopefully. I'm surprised they went just for these two. But, you know, they're pretty much the cover for SAO. Well, for Season 1 and 2. Colin says, is that Matoi outfit available? If so, you have any idea what the name is? It looks sick. It should be the episode 3 one. I think it's a combination of the cluster. I'll have to look at that after this cutscene. Kun says, I'm in Global at the moment in the Sergeant Scratch. Oh, okay, so you just answered. Hey there, Kun, how you doing? Actually, is this episode 3 or 4? Shit, she has so many like different appearance, outfits, and changes and stuff. Anyways, back to Jitsu. Yes, we happen to be guardians. Oh, sorry about my sudden laugh. Well, the thing is, this game doesn't actually have a good... I mean, it does give you a tutorial in the beginning with your first quest, but that's kind of true. It doesn't actually hold your hand in a sense, so... it can toss you into... It can toss you into a wild ride. Hey there, I cannot read your name, but hey there, person. How you doing? I do need to make a video talking about that, because I am planning to make a guide just giving some people some leeway and understanding and a path to go into PSO2 for both Japan and global. This is one of the things that I do want to highlight. The fact that this game doesn't hold your hand and it doesn't really go into a lot of tutorial stuff. It doesn't explain, or you have to actually figure it out by doing the ARCS missions, but it's not like you have to do the ARCS missions. You could ignore them. Kun says, what's up, Morph? Been good, enjoying the episode 6 Ultimate Quest, and I believe it's episode 4 Motori Alpha. Gotcha. Yeah, I was like, wait a second. There's like 1, 2, 3. I think this is actually the 4th one, but, you know, I haven't kept up with the story and the outfits. Oh, man. Nubian tutorial. Okay, so these were what the options were. Let's hear her out for now, or if she needs help, you have no choice. That sounds like, I don't like that second option. It's like, if she needs our help, you have no choice. Or maybe it's, you know, straightforward. I don't know, I don't like the second one just because of that latter half. Let's just hear her out. Kids is, wait, so do Asuna and Kirito think it's like a game? Yeah, that's what's going on right now. And obviously from Motori, she doesn't think it's a game. Kirito's gonna most likely bring that up in a few seconds. This sort of falls in line with what Sword Art Online is pretty much, and how it's kind of interacting with PSO. It's nothing new in terms of the formula of collaborations. Well, granted that I think Evangelion has a bit more flair to it, I guess. I don't 100% remember the cutscenes. I think I actually skipped over most of the cutscenes for the Evangelion. When it comes to Monster Hunter and Final Fantasy XIV, we didn't really have a NPC to talk to that actually get into these sort of cutscenes. Perfrost says, damn, I did this when it was untranslated. Yeah, if you have multiple characters, you can redo it again, and most likely if you go to the quest counter, I think you can play those cutscenes over there as well. Right now, I'm on LVOX Mark II. She didn't talk to them in the lobby, so I'm seeing what the translations are now. Oh god. Kirito. Yes, I have been playing this game for a long time, Kirito. Thank you for asking. AK says, what game is this? It looks familiar. It's Phantasy Star Online 2. Online. Oh god. Here it is. This is where Motori gets a bunch of question marks when they keep on bringing up game. Yeah, it's a bit hard to know what the game is since it is abbreviated to PSO2. If you don't know what it stands for, Phantasy Star Online 2. I was not paying attention to what Kirito was saying. Obviously, if I choose something, it's not going to make a huge effect on this interaction. I'm just gonna. I'm guessing the first option. The fact that Matori was making those sounds. Wait, hold up. Kun says, all I want to know about this event is can we clap Kirito? As in, can we beat him up? No, sadly. We can take them on dates. But we can't beat him up. Okay, so I'm having a bunch of question marks, but this I guess this is kind of into episode 4 lore and info. Like, yeah, I haven't played the story, so it wouldn't click with me. Kunz's days. I'm gonna pass on that, Chief. It's all good. And by the two of us, you specifically mean me. I know it's gonna be me. Actually, no. Technically, Matori does help you out because when you go on those dates, Matori does tag along too, so. I wouldn't be surprised if she was eavesdropping on us. Hold up. You're peeking. So you're telling me that you think me and Matori are doing something. Hold up now. Even though I haven't gotten fully into the story, I can't say Matori is my waifu. So, please do not do that. Actually, this is awkward. I'm on my midget character. Let me guess, this is a cutscene between those two and Kirito was able to figure out like X, Y, and Z. For some reason, Kirito just knowing everything kind of irks me, but then again, he has experience, so... yeah... Cause like, this is episode 4 lore, his guy came to their world through a PSO2, not gonna lie, the explanation was weird. Zarya always assumes someone is dating someone, that's her thing.
私たちのこの姿 ALO からコンバートしたのになぜか SAO の時の装備になってる。
ただのゲームじゃないな。そうだ、ログアウト。
What the? Okay. Okay, I gotta applaud for that. I like that little snippet right there. Alright, it's understandable though, I get it, but I like that reference. Hey there, Bus, how you doing? We got plot armor, Kirito. You should be fine. Slightly. If only the market was cheap, dear Asuna. If only the market was cheap. What the fuck? Oi, what quest is up? Let me stare at that. What emergency quest is popping up? Sorry for this sudden disruption of music. But emergency quest guides of creation? Alright, let me get the stream back up again. Mom Deuce. Yeah, I'm skipping on that one. Even though I would... I don't even need a lot of X cubes. The vibes are just better. And before, Asuna is a pro scaffoldler in PSO2. I mean, damn. And then let's gotta ask, when does PSO2 take place? In terms of what's going on right now, that's a good question. When is this? We got... But she was released in episode 4. So, it could be around episode 4 era, but it could be also right now of episode 6. It's hard to place a finger on it unless they state it specifically within the text. Just a FYI, if you guys have multiple characters, you can definitely get multiple rewards and replicas of these Kirito's and Asuna's stuff. And I think you could sell them, maybe. Let me actually no, who has that? I think it's Zill that has, like, Kirito's stuff. I am most likely gonna rush through these orders. Actually, since I'm on this character, I could try to go through their arcs and weeklies. Have a drink, use a boost item, super hard. Crew's like, hey, how are ya? Hey there, crew, how you doing? I'm doing alright. Just going through Sword Art Online story again. With translations. Lucas says, ultra hard Mom Deuce drop, liberate Keystone if anyone wonders. Ah, okay, so that's a plus side to that. Ken says, this feels like OVA type of deal, meaning it fits in whenever. Yeah, it's either they did it with the episode 4 presence, and maybe in that sense, or it's in the present, like right now, after like we beat everything. Depends on, well, depends on how you view it. I don't know. I'm not gonna think too hard on it though. Obviously, it's gonna be episode 4 because Zarya's there. So Zira Zari. I cannot pronounce the name.
またのご利用をお待ちしています。
Yeah, I'm gonna be streaming for a bit, crew. What's up? Do you need help with something, or you just want to chill with me for a while before I had to do something?
またのご利用をお待ちしています。
What is it? Dive together, get Kirito with me on a force exploration.
どのクエストにしますか？
Yeah, we'll just go on normal. Wes is like, wait, is PSO2 part of the seed program? I guess there might be some relation with that. I mean, it's convenient plot armor too, because if you know about Sword Art Online, they got sent into another world and then they were stuck logging in and stuff. And then with what Kun is explaining, with episode 4 content, the apostles or mother specifically made a way to get into the PSO2 realm by using a video game as its alternative. Then there's also the PSO2 animation one, episode 4. I say that one is just bad. Don't watch that one. Stick with like the canon stuff, the original stuff. I mean, I guess it is technically... Is it canon? I don't even know. I'm not gonna ask. Never mind. I know that I watched the episode 4 animation and I was just shaking my head at almost everything that was going on with it. Oh, I forgot Kirito. Hold up. I need to bring Kirito. I need to bring the beater. I need to bring in Kirito with me. No, you're not Kirito. Actually, do I have to have a rank or do I just clear it? Please don't tell me I have to have a rank. No, just clear. Alright, rushing you. Going the wrong direction. And then Wes says, yes, it was because of Ether and Mother. Alright. And then Kut says, it's a side story of some characters come over to the game, but that's about it. I don't remember the Evangelion cutscenes. I think I just skimmed over it, and then I was just busy with real life and work, so I didn't have time to actually read them. I just got right into the limited quest and the emergency quest for it. Alright, hold up. I'm guessing it just, well, it won't count since I went to the field without him. Alright. Technically, I don't need to go through all this. Alright, so what I'm gonna do... I might go back on Zill and see if I can view the cutscenes through her. I should. But what I'm gonna do is just clear up this character's weekly and daily mission and then move back to... Actually, Kirito, guard me while I fish. Yeah, do you guys have any questions or anything about anything related to PSO2? Or if you just have a question in general? Haven't fished in mine for... I don't know. I barely do this action over here. I got sick of them after... I think halfway into my return for PSO2, I just got sick of fishing and mining. Ricky says, I think you can view the cutscenes from Quest Counter. Alright. So yeah, Zill, I will most likely hop on Zill to see the rest of the cutscenes so you guys don't need to watch me go through all this all over again. Oh, they didn't translate what he's saying though. Damn it. Alright, that's out of the way. Wasn't someone supposed to be streaming that's a YouTuber? What's her name? Unless I missed that stream. I mean, there's a good chunk of VTubers. The one I'm referring to is Hannah, I think? I saw her, like, post something about, like, streaming on the global PSO2. Actually, I could just rush through this now. I think her name is Hannah. Oh shit, she did already? Fuck, I missed it. I guess it was like at a... When was it? Early in the morning? I felt like it might have been at like 5 a.m. my time, which... By that time I would be dead asleep. Shit. I might need to look into that. Hold up. I need to check something. I feel like someone came home early. I'll be right back. Alright, and I am back. I had to make sure that I wasn't hearing things. Apparently someone is at home and I wasn't expecting them to be at home. So now I had to have one ear open just in case. And then... Kun says she said she's gonna stream tomorrow at 10 p.m. if you remember correctly. Wait, there's a black and red version of the... Oh yeah, there is a black and red version, except from what everyone's been telling me for the global PSO2, they do not have it. So they might add a version of it in the beta pass way later, question mark? I don't know how global's gonna run their things, but yeah, there is a black and red version of it, which is how I was able to get that certain look. Perifrost says, wish I would have gotten it. Only got one snow version, and I need a second copy to unlock my whole count. Yeah, that outfit, I definitely spoiled the shit out of my guys for. And I farmed a good chunk of star gems for it, and then I spent a bit to get the star gems too. I made sure to account lock that, like... This character, I'm not gonna actually use it on this character, never mind, scratch that. You're not gonna see it on this character. I can easily pull it up for it. It's someone else, but not this character. Nope. And going through these extreme quests. Because it's on the graphics updates in February, I think my PC can handle it. Well, I'm slightly surprised at doing that, but at the same time, I can guess why they would want to do it. Now, this is just me guessing out of my ass. It could be because they want to make sure that they hype up the promotion for NGS, and also they kind of want to get people to get back into the game before the big release. And usually when it comes to, like, a big release, they're going to have a bunch of promotional events. They might also want to test out how the graphics will be for PSO2, which then might carry over in terms of feedback and processing stuff that they need for NGS. So it could be because of marketing sense and how it might be, NGS might be released once again at the beginning of spring for 2021. Oh yeah, tomorrow, if I'm right too, it's like the 19th. Or for the Japanese time zone, it's going to be on the 19th. There will be a stream for NGS. Now, I'm going to avoid watching it just because I want to be genuine with my experience with NGS and just be blind as possible. Not to see as much in terms of some things. The only thing I am really curious about though is if the gear and stuff some stuff from PSO2 will carry over to NGS. I'm not gonna look at like the free exploration and stuff, or like how to do certain things, or what different gimmicks they have for NGS. Gonna avoid all of that, just because once again I want to be genuine with it, and I just want a fresh start being blind. Because the thing about PSO2 is that in terms of how I played this game, I wouldn't say never. I barely look at guides because I want to learn it through someone in game. I want to experience all of this in game in a sense. So yeah, Kun says PSO2 and NGS are going to be on the same launcher. If I remember correctly, NGS is going to be a block system. Okay, so... Oh, no. Before you start doing that shit, let me just... Oh crap, it's gonna get hot if I have it of course. But yeah, that's just how I roll though in terms of like looking into stuff. Like, I had a lot of fun with Ricky teaching me how to play Luster. That's a lot. That's interesting compared to, like, me going out of my way to watch a video. I mean, video can do it as well. Just depends on how you personally want to go about it. For me, if I want to go blind about it and just do it in a certain manner, I will do it in that certain manner. They said some gear units are gonna carry over, but they will have to change them. Some things goes with mag. The mags, yeah. From what they said from the FAQs from the beginning, or with the first video that was released, especially in terms of cosmetic and stuff, they did mention how mags are gonna carry over, but it's only their appearance. They're pretty much not going to do their support stuff unless they add a little new gimmick to it that is specific for NGS. Once again, we'll get more details once it's coming around the corner, or when the beta is about to come out for the Japanese NGS. That'd be interesting though, how that in itself is going to work out. And you guys will, if you're playing global, you guys will definitely get it. It's just that not right now. They might do it for the Western side. They might release it once again once you get midway through episode 6, or at the end of episode 6, and then they'll release the NGS beta for you guys. Because in terms of marketing sense, The Western side is doing it in a very specific manner, and it's already hinted at with how they did their fresh shop and stuff. My opinion, this is just my opinion, but it's also shown through those means. Now, it's not 100% true, this is just my deduction and me just pointing at all that crap. Mookie says they might nerf down a fixed stat in weapon and unit. Imagine transferring Guardian Soul Crack Returner. Yeah, if you have all those endgame abilities, it's gonna be broken. What I can do though is use some of my old equipment if it does carry over, because I did not get rid of like some of my old shit. This is why I kept them for all these years. Like for example, if you can bring in the sake units, guess what? I still have my old sake units. Even though I regret making one of the sets, which is pretty much my T-Attack one, if I need a temporary use out of them, especially in terms of transitioning to something better over there in NGS, and I can use this, I'm gonna use it. This is why I hold on to almost all of my old stuff. Because there might be a situation where I can't use like some of the high stuff, I'm gonna have to use something low. Like, this is like back then when I started the game. This is like episode 2 era for me. This is like an 11-star set from Extreme Quest when I was playing Gunner. I think Gunner Hunter, Gunner Ranger. No, was it Ranger? I think it was Ranger. Like Gunner Hunter or Gunner Ranger, I was using these units. Still bad game. Oh. Wait, what am I doing on this character? I was doing this. I did not do it on the super hard, so I had to go do that. Out of curiosity, if you guys are watching Hannah, are you guys over there on... I think she's on ship 1? I think she's on ship 1. Is she on ship 1? Or am I mixing... No, she should be on ship 4, maybe? I don't remember. I'm confusing her with the VTuber from Hololive. Arolfi? Fuck. Shit, I forgot what ship she's on. I think she's on 4. I do need to make the videos for VTubers and Hololive still. Am I doing this on super high? Yes. Alright, that's done. Let me just go over here. And I still need to do what? Daily order? Daily order, then this character's done. And I'm gonna have to mark this. Oh, it works. Shit, that's a problem. I'm gonna wait for another day to actually do this one. Crap, no, I can't wait for a day because this is dailies. I need to turn something in. Actually, no, I have to turn this one in. Right. Because I didn't turn in that 200,000. Okay, so I should be good. Let me see my keys. I want to make sure that none of them are going to expire. The golden ones. Go, 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 go. Rappy. It's after the 21st, so that's good. Any of the silvers, I wouldn't mind as much unless it's like the Magatsu one. Rainbow keys, I do have to pay attention to, keep tabs on. I need to figure out which character has most of my old silver keys. Alright, so let me turn or get rid of this stuff, and then we shall swap to Zillion, where we will watch the cutscenes. And then after that, I will most likely just chill and just chat with you guys and organize my storage space still, because holy fuck. Kun said she's on ship 4, I think the Hololive is on 1, or vice versa. Honestly, was following that closely. Gotcha. I really want to see Fubuki. Or try to. I know that if she does post a schedule and people actually plan it out and shit, it's gonna be something. Then also I had to figure out which ship she's on so I can send a character over there. But then if I do that, they're cut off from life support. The only one that I could actually send off without having any issues might be... Oh wait, yeah, might be Zillion. Or if I have the time and effort, I could try to make the new fighter unit piece and give it to Shadow and then just send them off over there instead. Hey there, Michael, how you doing? Anyways, going back to the cutscene, we saw the first one with the handshaking and introduction of Kirito and Asuna. We shall now continue on with the next one. So, there is a tab in the quest counter where it says Collab Story, Sword Art Online. We did that first one. There's 3 others after that. To unlock them, you will have to do the quest from Kirito and Asuna. A formal challenge. Wait, what? Hold up. Are we fighting against Kirito? Hold up. Oh god. Alright. What's your interesting thought? Hold on. Where's my earbud? I would need to actually listen to this to understand when I can, or to know when I hit enter. You got plot armor. Okay, I can nod my head to that. Hold up, you wanna fight us? You know, it would have been awesome if we actually went into a fight with Kirito. I wouldn't mind that. That'd be interesting, like how we did with the Final Fantasy collab and the Monster Hunter one. Can't say the same with the Evangelion because we technically used an AIS to fight against the angel. It makes sense in the lower sense, and also it's a giant angel. You can't really beat that thing up with your new normal human-sized self. Nothing is wrong, I think. Okay, now that would be interesting just to see like a specific battle scene where we fight against Asuna and Kirito. Yeah, that's what I mentioned in my video talk about the Hololives and their talk on PSO... Well, the tweets on PSO2. Kun says Fubuki tweeted she used to play Hunter Braver, so maybe she'll jump back in with that character on start fresh. I think she's gonna do the latter, which is to start fresh. And then Cruz says Kirito, with his plot armor, could face tank for lag. Most likely. I want to say let's do this, but I don't think we get into a fight, sadly. Actually, let me just hit that first option. Motori, are you telling me that we could not fight them because you suggest this one instead? Look, I get it, it's a safe alternative, but that's kind of like the cheapest one, and I want to kind of beat this guy up. Kirito, why you gotta agree with it? Okay, that explains why we were going on so many dates with these two. Perifrost says, I can honestly see us fight Heathcliff. Who's that person? Is that someone from... Oh wait, no, it's someone from Sword Art, isn't it? Cause like, Motori, what the hell? Yeah, so... Look, I do want a challenge. Reaver's like, Kirita's gonna steal your PSO2 waifus. I can't say Motori's my waifu yet. I have to go through the story still. No, you guys can't see it, but someone whispered me in my chat saying that Kirito's stealing my gear. And then Crew's like, Motori looks lewd in episode 5. I can't say anything, guys. She looks nice. I'm okay with her, and her presence is fine. I just need to get through story to get that development. Crew's like, is that Japan only with the cleavage? It might be, unless... I haven't seen what the global one looks like. I cannot vouch anything for the global side. Oh wait, hold up. I don't like that. Hold up. I'm staring at the title. It says the relationship between them. Whose relationship? Ours or theirs? Hopefully it's theirs. Like I said, I do not know much about Motori yet. Even though I've been playing the game for 6 years. And I know that she's important because she's at the end cutscene and the end game boss too, but yeah, shit, come on. Give me some slack. What's like Kirito versus Shiva? Oh god. That's gonna be an interesting one if it was a thing. Okay, Kayaba. Oh, okay, it's that guy. Okay, I gotcha. Luki says, I want to see Kirito spamming Crystal. I could see him do that. Yeah, I bet he went Bouncer as his main, or anything Dual Blade related. Would make sense. Fits the lore. Kun says Kirito would be a Bouncer spammer. Crew's like, isn't she like 16? Isn't it a bit more complicated than that in terms of her age, since I heard stuff? And then Parafrost says Global censor a lot of things. I'm kind of surprised that they did that when they have certain items like the big inflatable boobies one. It's ridiculous if they have something like that, but then they decide to censor like some of these outfits. Cause like this is kind of tame. Like, yes, it could be quote unquote lewd, but it's not as lewd. I've seen lewder things, and then I've seen straight up nudity and crap. I mean, I have an outfit that pretty much is hinting a bit more on the lewd / nudity side. So, I'm not a big fan of the fact that Global would censor some little things like this. I mean, come on, guys, stop. You don't need to be too butthurt about something. Akun says she looks pretty much the same in Global. Okay, so that's good. Crew said he should be the bouncer fighter. That was a legitimate thing back in episode 3. I still have a character, well, it's reverse. It's fighter bouncer more than bouncer fighter. Kun says when it started, she was young by episode 6, I think. She's in her 20s. Okay. Anyways.
でもスイッチはしっかり使えたし、得るものも多かったかも。まとい、ありがとう。ありがとう、アスナ。途中何度も負けるかと思ったよ。キリトさんとアスナ、息ぴったり。そうね。ずっと隣で一緒に戦ってきたからね。
Okay, so this is where I'm gonna give some of my input and opinions about Sword Art Online. The lovey-dovey aspect, I was okay with. It was alright when I was watching it during that certain time. And that's why I think stood out a lot more in the Season 1 of Sword Art Online. Granted that the first half of Season 1 still focused more on Kirito and him just building up as a character. And I haven't read the light novel, but if we were to talk about certain things like the anime, manga, and light novel, I try to keep them separate and not try to compare them as much. But it depends on the effects and the overall end product. So in terms of the animation, without reading the light novel, I know there's a light novel, I might get around to reading it. It was okay. And it kind of focused on that lovey-dovey aspect. Now, when it comes to like the actual video game perspective, I would say Log Horizon did a better job in that field. And I know Log Horizon Season 3 is about to come out. I do need to finish up Season 2. Actually, I might need to rewatch all of it to kind of remember what the fuck I was doing with... or what the plot was for Log Horizon 3. And then Cruz says, Kirito class... oh wait, I already read that. And then Kun says, at least Kirito doesn't know E.T. exists. God, he have more than plot armor. Oh god, if he was on a 12, we're dead. Oh yeah, you can look at what his class is if you select him as a partner. Anyways, I'll shut up for the dialogues. You know, this... I just had a flashback of all the things I remember from Season 1 with these two. I swear to... You wanna fight Asuna? This is why I wouldn't mind fighting. Because, like I said, I haven't done story. I'm not gonna diss Amatori, but at the same time, I can't say she's my waifu. Because she didn't make my heart go doki doki and shit. God damn it. Of course, we're the main character too of our own game, or in PSO2. So now it's gonna go down the fucking drain. Ah, what the hell? Wait! Not at that stage. Hold up. When did we? I mean, I know we have a relationship. I know we've been through a lot together. Understandable. You're like my best friend, but I don't know if we're going further. Do you want to go further? I don't even know. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, hold up. I like that second option. I might go with that second option. Wait, I'm playing on a girl character. Would that actually factor into this? And then Kun's like, Asuna trying to take Kirito... no, wait, take Sario's place as matchmaker. What happens if I choose a second one? I'm gonna go with Kirito. Don't get me wrong, I still don't know much about Motoi. I will give my opinions when I go through the story, but for now, it's like, it's neutral right now. But being forced into this sort of situation is like, nah, I'm gonna go with the silly route. Good. I got him in trouble. Thank you. Crew's like, probably not. Nah, I'm not. I'm not gonna say it's a joke.
とにかく今回の勝負は俺たちの負けだ。ちゃんと報酬を渡さないとな。
Oh, yeah, it's hilarious that you can actually go that route.
まあ、俺たちが習得している技っていうのかな。それを二人に教えたいんだ。
Oh god, he actually does teach us this.
どういうこと？
Oh god.
フォトンアーツとか？
ああ、説明しづらいんだが、演舞みたいなものだと思ってほしい。
そうだね。試してみたんだけど、動きは再現できても敵にはダメージはなかったから。よくわからないけど、二人が教えてくれるっていうなら頑張って覚えてみる。
ああ、見ててくれ。
Oh wait, this is... I'm kind of baffled at the fact that they did put that as a cutscene. At the same time, I would say that they should give us something, at the very least. Maybe like a very specific photon art of their actions. But that's just me. Motori might have a problem with that, Kirito, just because she doesn't really use swords as much. Okay, that's a bit weird. I don't know if I should be weirded out by that. My mother's Rosario has a lot of precious memories attached. Alright, let's move on. Wait, what? Yeah, like, it would be nice if they just added, like, that collab variant of both Asuna's Mother's Rosario and then Kirito's Starburst stream. Yeah, pretty much the lobby action you get for free does both of those two animations. So it's alright, but once again, I feel like in terms of the actual application and use, why not make it into a photon art? It has a lot more worth if it is a photon art. It allows us to, you know, mix up our photon arts because we already have like established photon arts and we haven't really got a new one for both. Dual blades for sure. I don't know about Asuna's weapon since it's a rapier. Don't know which class that would fall under. Maybe a hunter, especially if you got a certain camo to change it, or maybe a katana. But it would be nice to have like a collab photon art to mix things up. You know, bring out a new idea. Gunblade. Actually, I can see that with the Gunblade, yeah. Okay, that gamer term. Maining.
最近いろいろな世界で二刀流を試してみたいと考えるようになったんだ。そうすることで自分が剣士として成長できるんじゃないかと思ってね。
You know what would be cool, just thinking about it, if they have a VR for PSO2? Maybe. It'll be a bit complicated though.
話すと長くなるから簡潔に言うと、そう考えさせるような実体験が
Yeah.
最近
Yeah.
起こったんだ。
So Ricky says Sega probably won't be making new PAs since NGS is coming out. That's my question with NGS. Like, what are they gonna do with PSO2? Even though it's gonna be it's still a thing. Are they still gonna update it, or are they just gonna focus more on NGS and PSO2 is just gonna stay stagnant at episode 6 and that's it? Granted that they might add little things like collaborations and other events every now and then for PSO2 specifically, but then like their main focus is just on NGS now from there on out.
キリト君、
で、いろいろな VRMMO、 いや、異世界の二刀流を調べていたら、このオラクルに行き着いてさ。
Perifrost says if only Asuna's rapier was a gunblade. Missed opportunity there. And then Cruz says you get motion sick by all the spinning and teleporting in VR. True enough, that I heard about that. Ricky's like, they probably just gonna update more AC, new quests and etc. And hey there, Renam. Renam says, I think it depends a lot what people are playing. If people are still playing base Phases 2, they'll probably keep adding content. Yeah, it's like... Well, let me get through these cutscenes and then I'll just chat with you guys and go on that certain topic.
なんだか妙に気になって、思い切ってこの世界に来ることにしたんだ。
最初それをキリト君から聞いた時はびっくりしたよ。けどなんだか楽しそうだから私も一緒についてきちゃった。
最初は少しこの世界を巡って合わなかったらすぐに元の世界に戻るつもりだったんだ。
Oh wait, so you decided to stay around, Kirito.
だからアスナが一緒についてくるって言った時は反対したんだけど。
Excuse me. Now, the reason why I went into a laughing fit there is because Kirito, are you saying that you don't want to be with your waifu, your girlfriend, and just explore all these MMORPGs? Are you hinting at something, Kirito? Are you hinting at something?
でもついてきてよかったでしょ。
ああ、アスナのおかげで二人とも知り合いだし、二人にこの世界の良さを教えてもらった。
I do want to go further into this certain topic or this little exchange that had happened, but once again, let me get through this cutscene.
俺たちに付き合っていろいろと教えてくれて感謝してる。
二人とも本当にありがとうね。
けど、そろそろ元の世界へ戻るつもりなんだ。
待ってる人たちもいるからね。待ちくたびれてるかも。そうなんだ。また遊びに来てくれる？当然。今度は仲間と一緒に遊びに来るからね。まといをみんなに紹介したいから。
Alright, so I got a feeling that they will most likely work on this collaboration a bit further, if possible, depending on whatever deals they do in the back door, behind the scenes, and we might get other characters as well. Hopefully we get their stuff for free as well, but that has potential right there. And it hints at there might be more. But for now, it's just these two.
待ってるよ。
じゃあな、二人とも。オラクル、最高だったぜ。また近いうちにな。
Yeah, I'll go into those particular topics, Perifrost. Perifrost says I'll still be playing the base game when EQs when EQs and such pop up. Still gonna get a lot of costumes that will hopefully be transferred over to NGS. Alright, that's cool. That's cool. The little snippet. I mean, pulling up the menu and just hitting that log out. Ricky's like, you can't have moving fingers. You can't have moving fingers for costumes from PSO2 though. They might be able to update it eventually, but that's just up in the air. Okay, I guess we're going to do the bridge for that, or is it the last cutscene? A miraculous encounter. I mean, wait, we have a day off? I'm getting paid? Okay, so, that's a bit surprising that they decided to do this little twist. Okay, that kind of explains a good chunk of what was going on in terms of the dialogue. Yeah. Technically, they did come from Earth. It's just that in terms of our dimension, it is not in the same dimension. 72's hypothesis. Aha! Convenience. How many games can I point out that has that sort of convenience in terms of dimension hopping and shit? There we go. Wait a second, hold up. We had an Evangelion collab. Didn't they do a parallel dimension universe thing as well? Unless it was only them interacting with us and Matoy never actually talked to them. I don't remember the cutscene for Evangelion so well.
PSO2 のようにオラクルにログインという形で入ってこられた。そして彼らのアバターは彼らが持つ何らかの強い思いや記憶から具現化された幻想体ですから、本人たちはゲームで遊んでいただけでオラクル世界とは知らずに幻想体を操っていたという説です。そういえば2人とも自分たちの服が直前までいた世界のものじゃなくて昔にいた世界のものだって言ってたね。
They were pretty strange themselves, or I wonder if something happened in that world. I'll go with the latter. I mean, I don't want to say the first one because technically I'm a weirdo / stranger. And yeah, no. I'm not gonna judge that harshly. Yeah, this yeah, this counteracts what I just said earlier with the previous things that they were saying, like, oh yeah, we'll bring our friends over. It might not be possible because of this point right here. But, you know, it's PSO2, it's a video game, there might be a path or an option later where they do add more characters. Hopefully it's the latter, where we get more characters. Or do I have to retract what I said because of Asuna? Let's see. Oh, what? Please tell me this is gonna be a boss fight later. I want a boss fight. Okay, so I think they already established a good way to come to and fro, so that opens an avenue slash path. Maybe. Hey there, Ten, how you doing? And yes, they did. So, where's our boss fight with Kirito? I want that. Let me go and see if I could do anything else. I highly doubt it. Oh. Wait, no, I already did this. This thing refreshes? Wait. Is this infinite? Because I know I did this quest. Let me see if, Anyways, let me go back and talk about certain things. So the big one that I do want to cover in terms of the topic, or the stuff that they brought up. What was one of them? One of them was talking about relationships, and how we went out of our way to help them and, you know, just show them how good PSO2 is. And this kind of hits home for me, because that's what I ended up doing when I was new to the game, and then that's when I started to get into YouTube and also go out of my way to help those who are new to the game, especially for PSO2 on the Japanese side. It was back in, what, 2014-15? Now, granted that there was that certain incident that kind of cock-blocked a lot of people. Yeah, PSO2 is where I started to open up a lot more. I was a bit more social. I started to help out people, point out some stuff. Granted that there were people who went out of the way to help me as well as a complete noob. There were several incidents where I felt like leaving the game and just drop PSO2. Specifically, I remember the time when I went to B20, which is notorious because it's B20. If you guys don't know about B20 over here on Ship 2 for the Japanese PSO2, it pretty much had a bad reputation with people spamming. I wouldn't say loot. Well, they did spam loot, but the big one was nudity, straight up fucking porn symbol arts and shit. So it was a bit, you know, disturbing. It's like 18 plus stuff. But at the same time, you got people who were just hanging around. They were lobby fag, but they didn't really help in a sense. I did get someone to help me, but they didn't really explain some things of how to go about doing exploration. And when they were just waiting at Area 3, I, as a noob, had to help two other noobs with me go through this map and get them to just get to that last area. The problem was, I wasn't that strong, and we all struggled together, and that one person was just sitting in A3 waiting for our butts to get over there. But they didn't really, once again, explain that. DJ's like, I remember those days. Those days were, something. Now, I understand B20 was their own thing, and I'm not gonna be denying that point, the fact that it was its own community and stuff, and it did get a reputation. I was about to leave the game because I was trying to find someone to help me, but I just didn't. There was a certain incident, though. I went to a random block, or specifically Block 6, over here on Ship 2. When I went to Block 6, there were a good chunk of people, or a specific team that hangs out over there, that had all these other people just hang out with them. And there was a mix of both English players and Japanese players, which does have a huge factor to the actual community and what B6 was. So someone went out of the way to talk to me and just encourage me and stuff, and then I just started to hang out with these guys in B6. Like, yes, they do lobby fag, but at the same time, they did a lot. They time attacked daily. They did advanced quests dailies. They helped out players who asked for help. It wasn't that bad in terms of just talking in that chat, in the local nearby chat. So they were nice, and they even helped me, and they shared some of their secrets and stuff with me. So I learned because of that block and those nice people. And the fact that this cutscene kind of captures that, especially with like the fact that Kirito was just MMORPG hopping. He was just trying to find a game to settle in with, but if a game doesn't interest him, of course he's gonna leave. I've done that a couple times in real life, or with a lot of MMORPG games. I tried them out, but if it doesn't mesh with me, I'm gonna leave it. Now, it might be because there's no good pal of mine that's doing the same thing with me, but in all honesty, it's just that, can the game deliver that? And because of those people from B6, they allowed me to stay, and I started to learn a lot more and enjoy the game during those times. Right now, it's rough for me to give it, you know, an optimistic, non-critical love for PSO2 now, since I've been playing the game for roughly around 6 years. So, that warmed my heart, and I did go out of my way to help people too. Once I got, I helped a good chunk of you guys, especially when it comes to fixing and augmenting. But that just, you know, hit a sweet spot for me. Richard says, can I ask about augmenting? Yeah, go ahead, sure. Like, some of the, I don't know why, but some people still remember me sometimes, especially if they played back then in episode 2 and 3. They would remember my name, and I'll be like, wait, who are you? They're like, I remember you. You were in that one block, and you were just, you know, straightforward and open, and you just helped everyone that asked questions and stuff. Sadly, I couldn't remember them, but... Richard says, well, I lose my capsule item when failing a fixing with reinsurance item. No, you shouldn't. Wait, you shouldn't be able to, but I haven't actually done that specific thing. T's like, that's so wholesome. I mean, that's how it was when I started off, and I can understand why some people can't really get into PSO2, especially if you're new to the game, because this game doesn't really hold your hand. And the fact that Asuna and Kirito liked the fact that we Guardians helped them reminds me of the time when I went out of my way to help out people. Sometimes I did get agitated with them wanting to drag me to every little thing, like doing ARC's quest when I'm high above that level. That did irritate me, but I didn't say that straightforward. I did tell them, like, try to find someone you can party up with, like someone new that can also, you know, enjoy it, and you guys can just form a bond together. Like, some of the people that I helped too became big leaders in this game, or the one specifically that I remember is like Arx Lumia. I know they have a questionable reputation if you are familiar with that name, but the leader, I kind of went out of my way to help them, because we farmed a lot of time attacks in the past. Okay, so some of you guys said you keep the capsule. Alright. So everyone in the chat was able to give that answer. I was a bit uncertain about that since I didn't remember it clearly. Crew's like, nothing is lost except the Meseta. And then she's like, agreed, PS2 has a large learning curve. It's not that hard to learn. It's just that, do you really want to put the time and effort to it, and do you really have the right guidance to actually understand and like the game at the very least? Because the hard part for me as a new player, because I remember my time when I was starting it, I didn't know where to actually begin. Now, nowadays, they do kind of hint at it, but it's still not very clear. They don't say you can get executes and photon spheres. You would want to get executes and photon spheres. You have to actually read a manual and get the gist of it when you look into some things, but you might skip over it if you're not playing the game as much, or like someone doesn't point at it. I didn't know about executes and photon spheres. Someone pointed that out to me. I just stored or tossed away a good chunk of them, but then a friend of mine was like, hey, wait, you don't want to do that because you want to trade it in for executes and photon spheres, which then you can use for fun points and stuff. And I was like, holy shit, why did anyone tell me this? Because it wasn't explained as much, because the game doesn't hold your hand like a lot of other MMORPGs. When you play some MMORPG games, they will literally make you go through the tutorial, which can be a bit tedious, but guess what? It will teach you the basics, which then you can expand upon. Knowing the basics is important. But if you don't know the basics, then you're not going to know jack shit. And then she's like, I think there's a ton of info dumped in the beginning and you missed out where to read. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, they do a good tutorial in terms of the actual fighting mechanics and stuff, but when it comes to other things as well, it doesn't, which is why I have mixed feelings about people trying to get into the game. Like, I understand that, for example, let's say you're watching a particular streamer and stuff, there's going to be some people who legitimately don't know what they're doing. If they are asking for certain things, then yeah, definitely want to dump the information on them, but at the same time, I don't like it when some of the viewers start trying to force them to get to know a lot of stuff. Because you need to understand that someone wants to play a game because they want to play the game how they want to play it. They want to enjoy it the way they want to enjoy it. Usually for me, especially if I really care about the certain game and I want a certain atmosphere with it, I will stubbornly do what I need to do. For PSO2, this is the one game that I didn't really look up a bunch of guides for. A lot of other MMORPG games, even gacha games, I look up guides. But for PSO2, I learned from the people in the game. And when I go to NGS, I will most likely do the same thing because I don't like looking up some stuff. I want to try to learn it from either the game or the people who played the game. Which is why I was okay with Ricky teaching me how to play Luster, and I actually streamed that if you guys didn't see that stream. I learned a lot just from someone teaching me it, and that's how I learned how to play Braver a lot more and several other classes. Because people taught me the snippets and tricks, because even if someone makes a video, it's just you watching a video. It doesn't really have that sort of impact on you. Yes, it will most likely mind-blow you, and you can absorb that information, but it's not in the physical sense you learning it. I want to physically be learning it. I will go out of my way to ask someone to teach me how to do it and do it in game instead of like watching a video and stuff. Now, sometimes some people will still redirect me to a video, but overall, it just depends on how you want to do it. And that's the one thing I want people to enjoy. Play the game how you want to do it. Which is why I always say in my videos, this is your choice, this is a heads up, this is just my opinion. Because everything can be subjective. Like, yes, there are some factual things, and it may not be as subjective, but the human mind and your individualness, your individual personality overwrites that. Because you yourself determine what is real and what not. And then that kind of goes into some of my favorite topics and ideas and morals and all that jazz. Yeah, I got into Luster because, I had to say, because of Ricky, I had to rethink about Luster. It is still easy if you already know the basics in terms of how to fight. But with what Ricky taught me, it's like a fucking fighting game. Because there's so many things that you do need to be a bit attentive of. I wasn't aware of the fact that you could do multiple combos, which leads into different animations. That surprised the living shit out of me. So once again, shout out to Ricky. He taught me how, he, she, it, but most likely a he, question mark? You know, correct me if I'm wrong on the pronouns. But Ricky pretty much taught me how to do luster, and it opened up a whole new world for me. Now, I went through the tutorial for both Phantom and the Twal. It wasn't that hard for me to get into it. I just need to refine on some of the basic stuff. It's just that for luster, though, it was like, okay, so this, it's kind of a fast-moving class. I already understood some of its iframes, but because of all these new animations and stuff, it opens up the fact that, okay, this thing has a bit more input that you need to do. Okay, thanks for the clarification. I just want to make sure. Oh wait, I just forgot. Did I bring those 3? Who did I bring? I did not bring those 3, did I? Did I? Oh, I forgot them. No, I didn't bring those 3. I brought 3 other people, not Kirita, Asuna, and Matoi. Right now I would say formal, but I do need to try out Zandy later. And then I need to put points into someone for Baron? Yeah. But yeah, so the thing about that cutscene is just, it was a sweet scene where, you know, we went out of our way to help Asuna and Kirito, and they decided to enjoy the game and like the game because of that introduction, and that's what I did back then for B6. Now, I might make a separate video emphasizing a bit more on the history side of things, or just B6 in general, and my thoughts on, like, B20, B1, and stuff. If you guys are over here on the Japanese PSO2, you would see me, like, hang with a couple of those guys. But it's just because, 1, they're old, and 2, they're not afraid to talk in the blocks as much. Now, I don't think people care as much compared to back then. There was, once again, that sort of incident that kind of created a barrier for that. And I added or got a bunch more. And by old, I'm referring to the fact that I've seen them. I've seen a couple of them back then when I was playing the game. And they're still playing the game. And then Crew's like, I dislike the animation of those huge fire triangles all the times in Formal. Baron looks nice though. I'm gonna have to give that a shot. And then Vaj says, can someone explain to me what is the utility of the weapon in the new collection files? Are you referring to over there in Global? I would say those 15 stars are to help you get diehards, most likely. I would keep a couple of those weapon series just in case if Sega decides to make a new future weapon where you had to trade in a bunch of stuff. Not 100% sure on that. I'm leaning on the fact that they might not even do that. But who knows? Global does, I mean, PSO2 does some changes here and there. Now, will that oversee, or will that be stronger than the Lightweaver? No. But that is a possibility that they might use those certain weapon series for those. If not, then, yeah, you can just descent them for diehards. I think if Global does put it in there on purpose, I think it is technically a junk 15 star. But once again, you gotta leave that possibility in the back of your head that it might be used for something else. That too. You can use them for a 15-star weapon since it is a fixed method to get an easy 15-star. The only problem you'll bump into is trying to get it to plus 35, but depending on you yourself, you may not want to try to get it to plus 35. Random says they have 300 dex requirement and are strong 50 stars. Should be pretty good for you unless you have a fixed live stream or lib. Righto. Yeah, I do need to talk about that, I guess. How many times can I do that? Okay, so it's like most likely every day, which is alright. Especially if you don't have a bunch of stuff over on the Japanese PS2. Anyways, that's my thoughts about the certain cutscene. There was another topic that someone brought up. I think Random brought it up. I do want to get into that. Okay, so with PSO2 and NGS, so my thoughts about that is they might be a bit flexible in certain situations. For example, like if all the costumes might transition, let's say they'll most likely work on. Hold up, let me form my words and thoughts. On the outfit aspect, if they're not gonna get all of them, they will most likely work on getting the transitions to happen. So if certain outfits aren't transitionable yet for NGS, they might work on that while they're, you know, releasing more content for the NGS sides and giving out new outfits and all that. So it's still a work in progress. And if they don't have all of them, they will most likely try to do most of them, especially if they try to do a certain action. Maybe. Now, I think I had a specific thing I want to talk about, but I can't remember what it was now. Nino says, how many Awesomeness and Kiritos have you seen? On the Japanese PSO2? I seen one in my MPA this morning when I was doing emergency quest. I seen one in the lobby. So they're around. Not as big. Not like I've seen an entire block filled with them. Oh god. Oh god, I just thought about it. Someone might make a funny video where there's gonna be a bunch of Kiritos just doing an emergency quest like how they did for losers and whatnot. Oh god. Oh god, that'd be funny. That'd be funny to actually see someone form an MPA with a bunch of Kiritos, all of them being bouncer fighters, beating the shit out of something, like maybe a loser. Adrian says, no goddamn lie, I missed the old extreme quest and time attack grind. I can't be on the same boat with that after having PTSD, but you know, some people do like that. I actually missed the old grind to try to get top rarity weapons, because that was unique in its own aspect, just because it wasn't as easily accessible, obtainable. Damn, Kletho. I was okay with the grind if it was every day. I was fine with that. If they were able to revive that and just make it easy overall, I'll say yes. But other than that, the weekly aspect, no, I was not a big fan of it. Now, some of them I was able to get around and just do. He's like, oh my god, that would be hilarious. Wait, do we have those voice... Yes, you do get their voices. You get everything from, this collab. Through their client orders. I think the lobby action is a one-time thing, though, so... If you look at this, and also this is their one-time theme as well, with the ability success rate plus 45 times 2. Actually, no, is this? Hold up. Okay, yeah, I think this is account lock, too. So, once you get the lobby action, then replace it with this weapon badge SP. You get 20 of these, and I think you can do this every day. Is it per character? I am curious about that aspect. I think it might be per character as well. Let me actually do LVOX client orders, so we can see if it is available for all your characters. For most. When it comes to obtaining the items, it's gonna be like for most of your characters, but it's like a one-time thing until you get to that last one. Hey there, Steffi, how you doing? 10 says we wish. Oh yeah, I do need to do something on stream though. I want to look at the one light stream. Because if you look at the promotion events on the Japanese side, it said they're going to give the light stream 13-star units. I have the 12 stars still that I already obtained. I don't know if they're going to fix that because I already pulled it out. Let me just look at... I can get delayed now. You just need to do feature quest to get delayed. Where are you? So let me see if I got... that... They need to change that. It's not 13 stars, it's a 12 star. This kind of sucks. Because if you're new to the... Well, sucks doesn't suck. Because one, the augmented fixes are okay. The only thing is, if you want to upgrade it to the 13 star, you would need to farm Persona and try to get the herbal stones. And you need at least like 300 of them to do this. Okay, so that's how they're compensating. Alright, so if they do give out the herbals for part 2, you will want to be on point with that. I already talked about it in a separate video in terms of getting the free items. Rika's like, throw Kirito in a single MPA spamming Kestro Rampage. That live stream unit campaign have part 2. Okay, gotcha. Okay, I'm gonna leave those units there and then just gonna go on LVOX again. Because she was working on the campaign stuff. I am most likely going to go back on this character and fix storage and just chat still. So in terms of PSO2 and NGS, I went on a huge tangent on all these other things. So PSO2 and NGS, do I want to mention that part? I'm not 100% sure if I will mention it, because that's completely up in the air. It's speculation coming out of my ass sort of deal. Don't want to input it into your heads just yet until I see some stuff that hints at said possibility. Oh, but in terms of PSO2 NGS, yeah, they will most likely keep PSO2 around. It's just that how long will they keep it around? And what are they gonna do in terms of some approaches? I also got a feeling that if they want to... It's hard for me to actually talk about it until I got something concrete. Yeah. I can't really dive too far deep into it. Now, in a sense, this is a smart move in a way that allows Sega to promote themselves again, get a new game out, and also revive the game and get a bunch of people to come back. It's going to be crazy when, when it's out, and then a lot of the old Japanese players will be trying to get in. The same can be said with Global if they are on the same time as us. The question is, will Global release be smooth? Because most of the big updates and stuff that happen on the Japanese side, they've been smooth. Now, there are a few hiccups here and there, but from episode 5 to 6, I didn't remember a huge issue. There were a couple issues that did pop up, but they fixed it later on. It didn't really tamper around with the actual initial release. So when episode 6 was done, everyone was able to get access to that. We didn't have to wait, I don't know how many hours you guys had to wait over there for the global release for episode 6, but there wasn't no huge issue with that. So in terms of the release, I'm kind of worried on the global side, but then my other question is this actually linked to Japan as well? Because when the shop was down, you remember that our shop over the Japanese PSO2 was down, and then global shop was down for the global PSO2. So if global is down for NGS, would that actually have an influence on the Japanese side? Unless there is an actual barrier that separates the two. But that's a slight question mark on my end, and concern. Yeah, okay. Oh, hey there, Melancholy. How you doing? Melancholy says, well, NGS is supposed to... Yeah, so... Well, I guess that is a thing. Like, you had to go through PSO2 to get into NGS, which doesn't mean that they will get rid of PSO2 unless they decide to change stuff later. But it's too early to even say something like that. And it's a speculation. Irving says, the crossover felt like a huge letdown for the fact they only had Kirito and Asuna outfits only. You gotta even it out. Like, yeah, it's a letdown. I wouldn't mind actually having a boss fight with Kirito and even Asuna, or like a special segment where you just fight against the two. I would say it's a plus side in terms of the fact that you get all their crossover stuff for free. And if you want, you might want to, you could try to get more out of it. But at the same time, it's a cheap, easy way to do a quick collab, I guess. Steffi's like, I like the live videos. You like it when I stream? I'm gonna most likely do that a lot more than doing video stuff. Just because I like to interact with you guys while I do some boring miscellaneous things. And then with some of these new videos that I have planned, it requires a good chunk of footage and video editing. And that's a pain in my arse. And then Irving says, getting a visual overhaul around Feb is freaking nice. This is... I kind of get why they might do that. Once again, obviously, most likely to try to get ready for NGS. But it's also a good way in terms of marketing, trying to get players to come back to the game before NGS might be released in the early spring of 2021. Crew's like, what is confirmed that we get an engine in? Melancholy says, I don't think they will get rid of PSO2 considering what is being shared. Alright, fair enough. That might be the huge reason to why PSO2 is still gonna stay around. It's just that... What can you... I don't know. The thing well, this is just my opinion. I don't like having stuff that is obsolete just to stay around. Well, actually, I can't even say that. Because the one reason why you would want PSO2, especially if you're trying to get into NGS, is because you might be curious about the story that might have happened. And the only way to access the story is through PSO2. So... yeah. But in terms of people moving over to NGS, that's most likely going to be the big thing. Not a lot of people will stay on PSO2. Like if you're able to go to NGS, then most likely people will go to NGS and most likely try to hang out in NGS unless there's certain things that prevent you from staying on NGS. This is just me just speculating on my ass. And just trying to start up a conversation. 10 says, later, wait, what? Later, but I have no clue what you're saying, but I think he's just said BRB. 10. But yeah, my initial thoughts when I was staring at NGS is now gone. Because, you know, I got over it. It's not as bad now just looking at it. And in all honesty, I am secretly looking forward to it. Because it will override a lot of the stuff that has been a slight issue on the PSO2 side. And it's just a start over. I, for one, am sick of knowing all these little gimmicks and stuff. And just abusing the hell out of it. And it's not as difficult in terms of trying to level up. You can look up certain videos that will easily show you how to level up. And then when it comes to doing it in-game, it's not going to be as hard. Granted that you might need to wait for certain things. And I just remember I need to get Asuna. Because she is the one that I had to bring. Melancholy says, yeah, assuming NGS turns out well, majority will probably most likely play NGS. Some might play both. If they're new to the game and they might be interested in the story, then PSO2 will be able to give them that compared to like NGS. NGS will most likely have its own story, or it will have its own story and it will go further into what is NGS and all that jazz. And then us knowing some of the NPCs and, you know, the stereotypical usual stuff for MMOs. Ricky's like, no more JA in New Genesis. At least you don't need to worry much on perfect JA. Oh yeah, that I'm still surprised about perfect JA. That's like you mentioning that and some other people mentioning that in that one stream. I never knew that perfect JA was a thing, or I haven't seen anyone use that term until that stream. Fan says, at first I think regular PSO2 will be fine. There will for sure be a lack of content in NG. Wait, what? Fine, there will be sure a lack of content in NGS. Japanese PSO2 is anything to go by. Yeah, people will still come and go. And obviously, they will still milk money out of us for both games, for both global and Japanese. It's just that I don't feel cheated as much with Japanese PSO2 compared to, like, maybe global. But then again, I can point out the differences. Another thing is that I kind of like the fact that NGS is kind of reworking on the classes again on NGS. Because right now, I feel like it's... Right now for PSO2, in terms of the classes, the successors are like your main go-to now. You might say otherwise, depending on what class you like. It's just that... I don't like it when the classes don't have their fair share of worth and, you know, just playing it. A good chunk of MMORPG games that I played, they try to give love to a good chunk of classes. Granted that there will always be some sort of like, this is the best class you want to play sort of deal. For PSO2, it's kind of hard to avoid saying like Luster or any of the successor classes. Like, I know Fighter, Gunner, Force, in terms of the original classes, they can be up there in terms of damage output. But then, when you talk about the successor class, most of them can easily get up there in terms of hitting that damage. Reaver's like Bounce Hunter for life. Who's like... really big issue with NGS early on is the lack of content. Only 6 classes are in at the moment, 3 are confirmed. Well, I wouldn't mind, because you still need to level it up. It might take a while to level up, especially since it's not going to be that, you know, easy to level up, hopefully. If they somehow implement keys and stuff over there in NGS, I might be a bit irked by that. Because I don't want some of the stuff that's over here to transfer over there. I'll have to go into a video discussion talking about fixing. Actually, no, I already talked to you guys about my opinions about fixing. Now, if they were to override a fixing, it would have to be something that is generally good and it doesn't have a bunch of RNG to it. And you have some control over it, or uniqueness to it. I forgot to get my pal Scar to talk about the system, because whatever PS you have, I might be okay with that overriding a fixing. But, I don't know, I haven't played PSU. But with the description and how it worked, it caught my attention and I wanted to see what that was like. And I should just rush through this. Why am I fighting? Melancholy says, honestly, easy leveling is one thing I like about PSO2, mainly because leveling, for me, in most games has not been very engaging, so I'd rather just be done with it as fast as possible. Fair enough, everyone has their own opinion in terms of how they want to approach the game, so I can respect that, Melancholy. Melancholy says, though, if NGS leveling is engaging, that would be nice. That's the thing, it's just that I want the game to be engaging again. Like, when I was first... Well, obviously, if you're new to a video game, obviously, it's going to be a wow factor to you. There's going to be perks to the fact that it's new. And if it can impress you, then you would want to take your time with it. When I was first playing this game, I took my time in leveling. Until I got to, you know, the end game portion where it's like, yeah, I got tired of this shit. And maybe some people don't want to actually level up as thoroughly and they want to go through it because they don't have the time to. Also, a reasonable point, factor. You gotta consider. Cruz says, yeah, you in Japan had 6 years time till you got your first successor class. I would get bored too if I played 8 years Ranger Hunter. fair enough point with that as well. But I mean, to make it interesting, add more photon arts or do something unique to the class, like how they added complex photon arts. But that's only one thing, the complex photon arts, and just, you know, spice it up. That's what I like what they're doing over there at NGS with the original classes. They're spicing it up. They're kind of doing some combination that you learn from the successors with the OG classes, and now you got something brand new. So the knowledge that you have now is just different. Reaver's like, please, no PSU crafting. Failed grind equals item delete. Oh. Oh, shit. I didn't know that. Well, never mind then. That sounds a bit risky. Yeah, I need to bother my pal specifically on what he meant with the PSU system thing. I guess he was referring to the drops more than the actual enchanting stuff. Well, talking about that, I kind of wish, maybe they keep new type grinding. I am a big fan of that just because it does save money, and if you look at PSO2 in the overall aspect and endgame, you need the money for fucking fashion. So if they go back to like the old type of grind system, enchanting system that's familiar with a lot of MMORPGs, hell, like old type grinding, I am not gonna be a big fan of that. But that's just me saying that because I pretty much understand how the market is, and just stuff is gonna be costly, especially when it comes to fashion stuff. And if I'm on account lock stuff, it's just twice the money that I had to put in. So if I spend 100 mil, I'm gonna have to double that because I want to account lock shit. So yeah, and right now I'm actually having an issue because I'm pretty much broke in terms of the physical sense. Now, I can sell items to try to get a profit, it's just that someone needs to buy my shit. Actually, why the fuck am I changing? I'm still doing this crap. Wait, did I not do this properly? Hold up. What the fuck? Oh, I had to get both of them. Fuck. I am not breeding. Melancholy says, successor classes honestly felt like testing constants for NGS. You know what? You could say that, especially if NGS was a back burner plan that, you know, was around ever since the release of PSO2. Where was I when I was reading that? There are some things from successes I wish were possible when I played Forza Fighter. Lyric is like, successor class is like 70% of the population according to Sega. Ah, man. I didn't realize they actually had statistical data. And then Rick is like, by the way, Death 50, it's a damn clear reward is Crasto. Man, you can get like 4 fucking crash weapons now. Lower light weavers. God damn. Nina's like, I want NGS to be more challenging than PSO2 content. It's relatively easy, but that might just be me. No, I can agree with you, definitely, Nino, and I'll talk about that. But once again, this depends on you yourself as a gamer and how you personally enjoy PSO2. Maybe, I know my pal, Scar, the one that chatted in the, a few streams ago, he wasn't a big fan of the grinding aspect. He's okay with all these new changes. Back then, with the Japanese PSO2 episode 1 through 3, with all their old stuff, he barely farmed, he barely went out of his way to do some of the hardcore shit that was going on. Francis, now you're correct. And Irving says, yeah, I'm ready for the slow grind in NGS software, but just something we know and North America Global got used to 8 years of content in almost a year. Yeah, Global just went on a time speed, and this will once again have a backlash, which I keep on mentioning. The big one is the fact that it's going to be different in terms of the pacing. Global rushed through a lot of their stuff, and they got through, power leveling and all that. Granted that it still took them time to do that. So, some people might not be as affected, but some people might be just because they can notice that slight change. But it's not... Well, that's the thing. Is PSO2 NGS gonna be a bit difficult and actually challenge us like how it did in the past for Japanese PSO2, or is it gonna be like easier, or it's just gonna stay the same like what's going on now, or maybe they mix it from I've got a feeling they might mix it, make it challenging, make it easy, but in how and what I have no clue, because I don't mind a challenge. Especially since I'm a mad lad that played a shit ton of Dark Souls back in the days. And did stupid shit with Dark Souls. But there are some people that don't want to be that challenging to the point where it could get frustrating, or it could be time consuming where they're not actually having as much fun. So... but it's just ultimately up to how Sega does it, and then if we can be tolerant / accepting of what is going on. Granted that people will always criticize something and, you know, state their opinions. But that's gonna happen because, you know, you're a gamer. Everyone's different. Everyone has their own individual self. Like, there are those who don't want to do leveling, like Melancholy stated, and there are those who want a bit of a challenge to leveling, like me and like several other people in the chat. But it's just that we're gonna get new stuff, and by default, we're gonna be enjoying the new stuff. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to NGS now, compared to my initial reaction that I had back then. Who's like, I hope the fixing enchanting has more effect on your playstyle, and you feel item upgrade in more ways than just big numbers. Yeah, that's the one thing I will criticize PSO2 for. It's not roll heavy. And maybe that's why some people like it. It's not that roll heavy. If you look at big MMORPG games, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV and stuff, and I already mentioned this a couple times in previous streams, they can be hardcore. They will legitimately be on your ass if you don't know how to do your role, and you need to know how to do your role so you can succeed through a raid. Now, I don't know if they're gonna do that. I don't think they will. If they're gonna stick with like some of the basics or the same stuff with PSO2. But then again, you know, there's change, and you might have to consider this little snippet. Welcome back, Tin. Ricky's like, quite a number of players in PSO2 are casual. Too hardcore might be bad. Yeah, I think a lot of that hardcore died from pretty much the transition from episode 3 to episode 4. And I guess I'm kind of one of them, but once again, I have a switch for that. So it's like, if I want to go hardcore, or if I want some sort of challenge, then I'm fine. However, it gotta be within its boundaries and it's reasonable, and, you know, if the certain developers put it in, hopefully they themselves can also lead by example, and they themselves can do the same stuff, and they can actually get past some of these challenges. Like, the only reason why I didn't complete Expert as quickly was because, one, I wanted to do it with Braver Hunter. The only problem I had with doing that was fucking Deuce, and how he kept on backing away and I couldn't hit him with my katana. If I used the bow as well, different story, but I was just sticking with Braver Hunter katana. What else? I was going... Wait, what were we talking about? Shit, I just blinked out on the thing. Yeah, I felt like hardcore players died maybe around like episode 3. Because you'll see a lot... In the Japanese PS2, I remember a lot of moments and instances where people were talking in the chat and was just saying a bunch of bad stuff. And just saying like, hey, yeah, you guys gotta do this, this, and this, and if you don't, like, we gotta leave with some crap. I mean, there's still hardcore players in the game. Just that, in all honesty, shouldn't be that bad. Ricky's like, every class in every class is DPS in PSO2. Yeah, getting S rank in the Mom Deuce back then was really hard. Like, I cheesed it because of the successor class. And yeah, if you guys don't even have expert, literally you could cheese it with just doing like 1 to 12. Or even luster, if you know what you're doing with luster. Right, what the fuck am I doing? I'm trying to go to the next area. I'm just running around. Oh my god, it's down there, really. This map trolled me. You know, so it's pretty much a DPS MMORPG. No tank, DPS support. That's what I want to get away from. Now, in terms of the role aspect, like I mentioned earlier, maybe I don't want something of that nature, but I do want a bit of a conscious effort to try to get these different roles compared to just DPS. Because guess what? That's the fucking formula that I've seen throughout most of my time playing Japanese PSO2. And when it comes to affixes, the affix stats people go for, especially back then in episode 2, attack, HP, PP. Any, like, 2 of those 3 or all 3. People wanted that stuff. And, yeah, that's the thing I don't like about the Saddam Ultimate Quest. It's kind of reminding me of, like, you guys, you gotta do DPS on this guy. It's not like he's challenging. It's not like he's an issue, unlike Masquerade. This guy is just a sponge where you have to beat the shit out of him and hope that you can tear that thing apart with your bare hands. Yeah. 10 says I S rank Mom and Deuce with Double Saber. So quick question for those who are playing on Global. Do you guys even have Expert yet? Because I feel like Global might avoid it. And Global might not implement such a thing. Unless they do it at the last minute, which I'll be surprised about. And then some people might get mad about that, but, you know. Global is gonna do whatever. Like, the developers, the game developers are gonna do whatever. 10 says, I only use wand for Mother Cube phase. And then Ricky's like, back then, without success. Oh, okay. Oh, wait, those... I wasn't there during the huge updates to them. Like, I didn't know that I had to renew my, expert requirement till that recent one that we have over here in the Japanese PS2. No, negative, but the option is grayed out. So, if... I feel like they might not add that over there in Global, especially in episode 6. Because that's gonna be a huge barrier. I don't know. Well, yeah, this is gonna be a barrier. I do need to go into my opinion about that in a separate video. With how I feel about the Japanese expert block. How can I say it? Looks like you can actually get the voices too, so... If you have multiple characters, you can technically get so many sets of these items. Okay, so Expert... Let me show it on the screen right now, since someone asked. Pretty much, Expert is this. Now, a lot of people were complaining about the fact that they got some randoms in their MPAs that don't know what they're doing, and it kind of leads to the demise / failure of that urgent quest. Which is understandable. The remedy for this is try to find an MPA, try to organize an MPA and stuff. But even then, maybe you can't organize an MPA, you're not in the team yet. You will have to reluctantly and... yeah, you have to get into the random MPAs. So if I go to match settings, you will see this. Match with expert player only. So, to get the expert title, you have to actually get S ranks for 2 specific quests. One of them is an extreme quest. You have to solo this extreme quest. There are some limitations. I think there are, like, you cannot use your Dark Blast in it, and you cannot use Half Doll, I think. So, you had to complete that extreme quest by yourself in a certain time limit to get that S rank. Then there's another one which is a solo trigger quest where you had to complete it in a certain time limit. If you die, you can use a half doll and that will most likely save you, but the issue is the time limit more than the death count. Well, if you do die, you can still continue it. It's just that that timer is the bigger issue compared to you dying as much. What's like, is it ultra hard? No, you have to complete The extreme quest is roughly around like extra hard difficulty, and then the same can be said with the trigger. Now the trigger does have an ultra hard, and you can push yourself to do the ultra hard variant, but the minimal requirement is the extreme hard, extra hard, and that's not as bad, especially if you got like most of your gear up to date. Irving says, I feel NA is too sensitive and would get butthurt, but then again, there's some people, myself, would like it. Yeah, that's the thing. It's going to be mixed, because new players, there's a lot of people going over there on Global, and there's always new and returnees. That's going to be something that people may not be a big fan of, which is why I feel like they might purposely not add it in the game. Unless you do at the last minute, but then here's the thing. How would you feel if they decided to add that just at the end of episode 6? Would you be okay with that, or would you be a bit annoyed at how they just added right there and then compared to a bit later, or like a bit, you know, if they added it like in episode 5, that would have been convenient, right? So it's gonna have a backlash either way if they just put it in there. Yeah, I got pissed off with how they showed statistics in terms of releasing this new update for the expert and non-expert. I kind of wish they didn't do that, because one, is gonna get some negative feedback. I was in that boat. I wasn't a big fan of it. And I didn't even go out of my way to get expert requirement. I eventually got it, but it was in due time. Kunzit's back. Did we add the asana to the harem yet? Nah, I was trying to go for Kirso. Yeah, right now I'm just talking about expert requirement, because some of you guys don't know what it is. Grind a weapon, alright. I'm just showing you on the screen that you can actually do these client orders on a different character. It is a one-time thing though, except one particular quest, but you can pretty much have a lot of Kirito and Asuna sets. So you have multiple Kiritos and Asunas in your account, or their stuff. And Crew's like, I would love that option to be in all games. What, the expert requirement? That has a mixed well, here's the thing. I feel like it wouldn't be as bad if it's already established, because then you already accept it and you are going to deal with it, compared to like putting it later in the game. That's the problem that I had. Now, in terms of how they could have done it over in the Japanese PSO2, do it over, or did it when it was really serious, which was like pretty much episode 3 era, because that's where a good chunk of people were like really annoyed with other people not knowing what to do. But then again, can you blame them, because they're new and there's not a bunch of video guides back then talking about that. But that could have worked if they put it back then in that time. Yeah, Global does not have that, and I feel like they might not get it just because they will receive backlash. He's like, yeah, well, that's the thing. How would you guys feel if they just add that though, and you get information from a Japanese player saying like, hey, yeah, we had this like before the start of episode. Was it just? When did they add this? We had this thing going on, actually, ever since, like, episode 4. Let me pull up the bump information, because bump does state when it was added. Alright, so let me pull it up over here, because pretty much this covers the expert requirement. The new one that we got was from May 29th, 2019. I think that was before the release of episode 6, or the time episode 6 was out. And we had to do the trigger quest, the solo trigger quest for Deuce and Mother, and then the extreme quest. But we had this system in 2017, which, if I remember correctly, that was roughly around episode 4 era. And some of these requirements weren't as bad. But we had this one just because, well, I don't think I actually did that one. The thing that I did the most was this one over here. The new expert requirement, which forced me to get a new type weapon. Now, I remember specifically this certain change and this expert requirement because I had to make a new type. I was annoyed at that because I had an old type, aka the austere, and I was rocking that still. I was not planning to change it up, but this thing forced me to get a new type. And then I think I also went out of my way to at least do these. It's just that, oh, I think I did this one as well. Yeah, but I don't think I did this one in 2018, which might have been episode 5 era, and then I remember this one. So we had like several of these expert requirements, and some of them is just because stuff was changing from episode 3 to episode 4, then 4, 5, and now 5 to 6. Because to be honest, old expert and new expert were both flawed in the first place. Expert requirements really should base on class, tailored to class, and bound to character. Yeah, I felt like they should have just established that in the beginning instead of having what we did in the past. Or just, you know, just put a certain test. And adjust this test depending on, like, what your class is, because fighting against Zeus and Mother for me, as a braver hunter especially, was a pain in the ass. But then again, like, I have a bow as well, I should be using that, but my particular playstyle was Katana Braver Hunter. If they had a very specific certification, test mode, test quest, that allowed you to do whatever class you're familiar with and just challenge you with that class, that'd be interesting. But obviously not, they didn't do that. I only worked on unlocking expert after the MPs with randoms got really bad. Yeah, that's the main reason why people started to get expert, because those who know what they were doing have it on. And that kind of forced players to join the bandwagon, because if you yourself don't want to have a big issue and have to deal with like slow runs, you would want to try to get expert because you want to go on those fast runs with people knowing what they're doing. And that just continues on until almost everyone gets expert. So I wasn't a big fan of it. I'm still not a big fan of it, but I had to get over it because it's still here. It's established. It got its pros and cons, but ultimately I'm not a big fan of it. I felt like they could have executed it a bit better. But yeah. What says a hot take here, but some global players expect for higher level players to carry them. Oh, really? Really? Now, that's the thing though. Global rush through a lot of content where it's not like they... Not saying you guys didn't take your time and experience to get to know the game. Some of you guys actually did. It's just that Global's rushed. So there's not stuff that's already established and stuff that people are slowly absorbing. Compared to like 8 years. Because once again, like a veteran sense. If you got someone in the military that's been there for like 30 years, and if they had like 7 years of war, they understand what the fuck they're doing in the actual sense and in combat. And then you got some newbie that's like just joined in that month, and they go to war. Compared to which one has a lot of value and which one has a lot of experience and can save your ass, is the fucking veteran. So same with Global. You guys rush through a lot of content, like Mining Defense is a big one, for example. I would say, I haven't played over there in Global, but I would say a lot of people complain about Mining Defense because people weren't aware of what to do, and I don't think a lot of people stress on how to actually go about it and how to plan it. Japanese PSO2 went through that same phase, except we've been spamming it and practicing and doing it, and to the point where we understood what the hell to do. And it took us roughly couple years, especially with it being the main thing to kind of go for in terms of drops, and especially when it comes to XP, we didn't have bonus quests at that time in episode 1 through 3. Your Mining Defense 3 and 4 were your big XP gains, and the only way you can get a good chunk of XP is if you succeed through them, so you need to understand how to do it. And then you take that same formula and you just apply it to the future stuff like Busted Quest and Virtual Defense. Like, all of us over here, the Japanese feels to, especially if you played in the past, it's a breeze because you sick of the fucking Mining Defense. You've already been through so many of them, so you understand what to do in the actual general sense. But with you guys, you actually sped through it, and it didn't really hone on your skills. Don't get me wrong, some people are natural with some of the shit. Some people can obviously look it up, but practice makes perfect. That's why I will advocate that and always stress that out. You can't, and experience is always good. Like, in a job sense, especially if you're trying to find a job right now and you just got out of college. Don't get me wrong, like you have that degree. You went through school to get it. But why would a company hire someone that's just brand new with no experience whatsoever compared to someone that's already been in the field for like 10 years and they might not have a degree, but they have that experience of 10 years of doing whatever you're trying to apply for. They're gonna most likely go for the guy that has 10 years of experience, especially if they're on a good record, because they have that experience. Same can be said with Japanese and global, because Japanese players, they have that experience. And that has a huge impact in how these runs can be done. If you guys don't have that trained and practice experience on these various quests, it will still be an issue. In just the sense that, you know, there's new players trying to get into the quest and they might not know what they're doing, but still. That's the thing. That's why I don't like rush things. Now, if they gave a bit more time, like if they didn't rush it within the months, like give it maybe half of a year to go to the next content, I'll be okay with that. But that's just my opinion. But at the very least, if they do that, like for 6 months, you spam this stuff over and over again, you get used to these things and understand it. Now, the counter argument is like, Japanese PSO2 could have rushed through a lot of these and could have compacted it, but you know, the game was still in development and we're the forerunners compared to global, where they already know what they need to do. It's just that how they get to do it and how fast and what, and the very nitty-gritty specific things they get to do stuff that might be different from Japan. Yeah, that's the one. Once again, this kind of goes into my video where I advise some of you guys not to affix during like episode 4 into episode 5. I got a lot of backlash from that video in itself. The overall gist is, if you're a gamer, you should know that if you go to higher difficulty, it should be common sense that you get that right gear for it. I know that I shouldn't go into ultra hard quests. I would not go into an ultra hard quest. I remember when I was getting back into the game, when was it? I think there was a certain content that was just hard. I think it was like at the start of episode 6, what the fuck? I'm trying to remember. There was a specific, I don't remember when. My memory's old when it comes to the specific details of this. But I know that there was times where I would not do an emergency quest because I know that I didn't have the right gear for it. I know that I wasn't prepped and ready for it. So I avoided the living shit out of it. I think it was before I left episode 4. Because I think there were some new type weapons that were just better than what I was using. And I avoided the extra hard content. Just because I know that I didn't have the right gear. Because if I went into that certain quest with shitty gear, I know that I'm a liability. I'm an issue. Granted that if I know what I was doing, then I should be fine. If I had to bring up a good example of that, Mining Defense 4, because I know what I was doing in terms of aggroing and controlling mobs and stuff. I know I didn't have the best equipment, especially since I was doing it on super hard, I think. Yeah, it was, I was just aware of what was going on the map. Actually, let me bring it up. Yeah, I know, I know I'm like digressing from the main point of this run and stuff, but I am just going on tangents and talks. Ah, here it is. Extra hard. Why did I do this on extra hard? Never mind, I'm not gonna show this. This one, actually no, that's not the bad one. What's the bad one? Is this the right one? Actually, this one that I pulled up is fine. I'm trying to remember the one where it was a bit funny because I did some stupid shit. So, let me catch up with chat before I pull up this video. Because I would say the stuff that I had for the super hard difficulty, it was fine. It's just that you needed to know what the fuck you were doing. But it's not saying that I'm perfect, but a simple look up on info really helps a lot. That's another... Don't get me wrong, that is okay. That is an option. It is accessible. The question is, does that player want to do that? Which is why I'm telling you guys every time when I do my videos or some stuff that I say, like, this is my opinion. Because I understand that some people may take offense if I say, like, you want to do this. People don't like being told, this is what you have to do. Like, if you want me to be stern and blunt and give you advice, then I will say what I need to say. But in terms of... And also, like, yeah, I'll make it an option still. It's just that, you know, some people may not want to look up guides. Maybe they want to get immersed in it and naturally get that sort of feeling to understand what quest you are doing or how to get into the quest. But then there's that problem. You're experimenting on runs that will most likely piss off people if you fail. And this is why I feel like they should have, like, emergency quest simulations in PSO2. You know, it's like, I want Death Count to be back, but not auto-fail the MPA, but auto-fail that player. But that might be too hardcore. Alright, so what I'm going to do is show an old video footage of me doing a super hard run. I do not... This was back then, 4 years ago. I don't do Dragon Rematch in Episode 5 because I might end up using all the death count. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, that death count shit. Oh, I heard about that and I was, like, surprised about that. That one interested me, but, yeah, it would be a bit easier for me to do that now, especially since I'm using, like, successor class. I didn't tease this, but also I think there's definitely an expectation that Japanese players playing on global will explain. Yeah, but once again, it depends on the player. Like, if the player doesn't ask for it, then how are you going to give them said information if they're not going to ask for it? There's so many limitations and I wouldn't say miscommunications, it's just that people aren't asking as much. Or maybe they are, but they try to find videos for it and guides, and maybe it's not as thorough or as well. Kuhn's like, I don't enjoy the death count. Alright, so what I'm going to pull up is a very old video of me doing a mine defense run. I'm going to turn down the volume. Actually, no, I'll leave the volume. This is like, wait, no, this is wrong one. What the fuck? Hold up. This one. This one was my super hard run. This one was... No, the qualities gave me shit, but this was like me doing super hard with my elf character. Yeah, it's fucking bad. Jesus. Yeah, this is like old. How can I make it presentable? Okay, something like this. So, yeah, this is my elf character. I still have her in-game. Let me actually swap to her. This one kind of demonstrates the point of knowing what to do with Mining Defense 4. Even though I had shit gear, I knew what I was doing. If they die a lot, I would say they would need to either figure out a certain playstyle that allows them to live a lot, or just get better at what they're doing. I don't want to say that because, you know, a lot of people say, like, the answer is get good. But in a sense, pretty much that is what it is. Yeah, it's this elf character. So the chick you can see on the screen is this character that I've used. Melancholy says, True, but part of playstyle optimization is learning your defensive options. I also die in like 1 to 2 hits in most ultra hard content, so like Resta doesn't help. Yeah, that's the thing. If you play a glass cannon, you really need to know how to dodge. If you were trying to do like a run in Divide Quest, like the stage 35 over here, even though I have really good affixes, units, and equipment, these guys can one-shot me, 2-shot me, or 3-shot me. You gotta know what the hell you need to do. And if you need to get lifesteal so you can get that HP heal, then do it. If you need that automate, go ahead and do it. Know your class. This is why I put that on the priority. I don't advocate heavily on like you need to have good affixes and stuff. That's later. That's after you get comfortable with your class. But you need to know your class. You need to know the combos. You need to know if you are fluent or if you are comfortable with that class. Yeah, and also boss patterns. Best practice partner, once again, if you're playing on global, play with Masquerade. Masquerade will force you to adapt and learn. Like, if you spam something so many times, he will nerf that. Like, you spam your normal attack so many times, he's gonna nerf that and say, you gotta do something else now, bitch. And then, if you spam Photon Art so many times, or techniques, he's gonna do the same thing. He's gonna be like, you gotta do something else. You need to mix it up. You need to understand how to change stuff. You also need to know how to adapt in certain situations, because if you play on the higher stages for Masquerade, if he smacks you, you get that injury status. And that injury status is a pain in the butt if you let it sit there, because that takes away HP. If you played any game, MMORPG, RPG game, any game that has like a way to take away your HP, you don't want that shit, because that is annoying. Because even if you have 2000 HP, if that thing stacks and he keeps on hitting you and you only have 300 HP, guess what? Or like 100 HP, there's a chance that he will one-shot you because of the fact that you let this thing stack. If you do have a way to heal, fine on you, but if you don't, then you need to adapt and you need to figure out how to deal with this. You need to dodge, you need to know how to do your perfect blocks or something. Crew's like, then it fixed HP and death, so you know glass cannon. Yeah, that's the thing, which is why I bring up the 3 main stats. But the problem is, with the 3 main stats, you don't include defense. Now, with the all-rounder ability that I've been talking about, and a lot of people are asking about, like Guardian Seal, that's kind of your, like, thing that gives you everything. But it can be expensive, and it can be a headache. You don't need to get it, though, because there is a cheaper version for that one. And overall, like, if you want to be more of like, you know, a bit tanky. I don't like using the word tanky, especially if it doesn't back it up with defense. But you can have a lot more HP and just be a glass cannon. It's just that, once again, if you play certain game content, it doesn't matter how much HP you have. If they hit you, you don't have any good chunk of defense, you most likely get 1-shot, 2-shot. Crew's like, ultra hard Persona in Japan? Well, I'm referring to the Masquerade, not the Persona emergency quest. You will get that mode. He actually hits hard. He did hit me. I think he 1-shot killed me once and 2-shot killed me on ultra hard, even with the gear that I have with Guardian Stone stuff. Melancholy says, yeah, you'll probably get that at the end of December. Well, then, actually, there's news on ultra hard in global. And then Ricky says, yeah, the last phase ultra hard. Oh, yeah. I'm pretty good at evading him on his last mode, but then again, I use rifle and I just stay the fuck away. But let me pull up a good demonstration of like people knowing what to do and what not to do. This is an own mining defense video. It's gonna be hazy as shit. If you want to see this, I'm gonna put it in chat now. I'll leave it as it is. So this is pretty much me doing a mining defense run. I was using my like shitty toaster laptop this is shit. But I recorded it because it had some moments of how this run went. Now, if I had to think about it, what level is this guy? This is only on super hard. So these guys are level 70. I'm like 57. It's a bit okay for me to do this. And I had decent... I think I had a decent gear. I'm not sure about the units I'm wearing, but I know that that's the slave weapon, which is kind of okay. Yeah, so the big thing is, if you might not be doing as much damage, and if you're shit, try to aggro the shit out of the mobs. Because if you aggro them, at the very least, they're focused on you, not on the tower. Alright, so let me point this out. You guys might not see this, but look at where everyone is at on this map. That's the one thing you need to be aware of in mining defense, or any sort of thing that requires a lot of interactions, like Buster Quest. You need to be aware of your map. You need to be aware of what is going on. The problem that I noticed here is that everyone is is like around this purple tower. You don't want everyone over here. You want a couple people maybe walk around green to collect crystals and one at blue. Just have someone to respond in these two areas, in these two towers. Yeah, I'm guessing that's the fire move that I was using on this character. So you see that blue could have got fucked up because everyone was over in purple. Now they will eventually come over to blue to respond to this, but at the same time, by the time they respond, they're kind of smacking that blue tower. I personally went out of my way to just guard this. Now, the thing is, even though that happened, there might be certain situations where you clear out purple and then everyone can respond accordingly. But that's if everyone can kill quickly. The thing is, it took a while for them to do it, and with the response to blue, it took them a while to come and help me. Like a few seconds, but those few seconds are precious because if those things smack the towers, it's gonna be a problem. And then once they killed everyone at purple, they did go to green though and address that problem. You can see what's gonna fuck us up, like in wave 2 and or 3. Now, here's the thing. If your party isn't that good and you notice it, for Mining Defense 4, you guys got AIS. You got a 12-man party. Everyone has access to this if they can collect crystals. So each wave, you want at least one AIS. Yeah, here's the mistake that I capitalized on. No AIS. There could be an AIS during this wave. Now, you can ignore this if everyone is doing well in terms of damage and just addressing everything. The thing is, though, watch what happens to purple and green in this certain wave. I think this is where we kind of fucked up. I don't remember. My old alliance strat for mining 4 was 1 team each tower, no mobs equals crystal collects 1 AIS. Okay. At stage 5. Well, oh, here's another thing I might as well point out. Mining Defense might not have been as difficult for global because you guys got new types. They excel well over the old types. This is 4 years ago, and this was roughly around like maybe the end of episode 3? I don't remember exactly. Could be also during episode 4. But the thing was, we still had old type weapons that didn't really have that much in terms of perks and quirks. They're still good, but, you know, you have to put work in them. So, here's the thing I'm going to point out. It might be a bit hazy on your screen, but the green tower, there's no dots over there, and you can see that it's glowing red. You see that there's a bunch of mobs going to it. If I was paying attention to this NPA run... Well, I had to defend blue. You notice I'm the only one defending blue, by the way. But if I was able to, or if I had someone in my party, I would address like, hey, look, green's getting under attack. But I'm the only one defending blue. Do you see anyone else at blue? No, everyone's focused on purple. Why am I the only one at blue, and why is no one defending green? Note that my tower was the only one that survived. This is why you need practice, because you can't just get good at it. And the other problem is this is a random MPA. You are kind of signing up on randomness. You either get a succeed or a fail. You either get people who know or people who don't know. So look, green's almost fucked. Purple's half of his HP. The big issue is that green, though. Like, look, there's a bunch of bumblebees. I hate those stupid bees. Fucking bees. Man, this is so fucking old. This is so old. And I'm questioning why am I in the top? Because I shouldn't be at the top. I feel like I'm not doing as much damage. But I understand the breakdown for a mining defense. Now, I could have advised during this run, but the problem is, during that time, there's mixed reactions to you talking in chat and trying to tell people what to do. They're not going to take it easy. So I was doing the thing that I know the most, and I usually tend to lean towards defending blue. And you can see that instead of going for the mobs, I go for that tower, because the tower has a threat level compared to like these mobs. These mobs, yeah, they can dent the tower. It takes some time to do it, but if you got some people to aggro them and then address them, not a bad issue, not a big issue. Problem with the tower is the moment it starts to fire, and it does hit your tower, it's going to eat a good chunk of your tower. So you need to address threats and levels. But once again, this took some practice and just getting used to. And as you can see, there's another force over there. Questionable attack right there. Should have waited a bit. But, you know, better than not using it at all. And most likely I can regenerate that. Chiba's like, mining defense, mining base final, Buster Madness, Dragon rematch, and Yamato rematch seem to be the one giving all the rage in global, if I remember correctly, laugh aloud. That's why you're up top. And then T is like, oh, Omega Princess 2. Yeah, I'm not surprised about those. Well, I'm surprised about the Yamato rematch is a bit difficult if you're not familiar with AIS and how to go about fighting Yamato. I can see why that one will be a bit frustrating. Even I'm not that good in that rematch. But I could say for Busters and for mining defense, I can easily get into it after years of doing this. And it's after years of doing mining 1 and 2 and 3. 4 is tricky if you don't have coordination and if you don't understand the AIS concept of how you want to do it. And also just threat levels, because you really need to pay attention to the map and the threat levels. Because Exoda's towers are big ones. They're the big ones that you want to get rid of because they will destroy your tower. But then you also need to understand, once again, map awareness. Because if people are all over the place, or if people are at one area and they're not addressing a certain issue, then who's defending the damn tower? The tower can't defend itself. Actually, mining defense. I kind of avoid saying tower defense because if I say tower defense, I think of tower games and how the towers can actually do some work. These towers aren't doing anything. They're just sitting there. The only thing that the towers can do is put up a barrier, but that's if we push the button. But that's us physically going out our way to push the buttons. But as you can see, I was able to at least aggro and keep the mobs to me at blue. I wasn't doing a lot of damage. I know I wasn't killing them immediately, but I kept that aggro. And knowing how to do that aggro thing is good. If you're a hunter, you can easily do it with Warcry. That's why I like hunters. They know they have that Warcry that can actually attract the mobs. And they can tank them. Ricky's like, imagine using an AIS Vega on Magatsu. Man, that AIS would have done work. He's like, yeah, honestly, the Yamato AIS was clunky. I'm not a big fan of that one. I'm surprised they make us do a rematch with like an AIS. You don't need to worry about your equipment, sure, but it's like, do you know how to pilot the AIS, and do you know what is breakable or what you have to do against Yamato? Actually, can I play the music here? Let's see. What happens if I play it? This is my bud for that. Oh, damn. That's one of my old voices. Shit. And then I said, someone use an AIS, but should have someone ready to use one midway just in case, or if there's emergency rights for it. Oh man, this is old. Yeah, as you can see, I was trying to get them to aggro me. They did damage it a bit. There was another guy here that helped me out. Yeah, the thing about Exodus, do not use AIS against the enemy Exoda. They will beat the shit out of you. I learned that the hard way. But you want the players to deal with that Exoda. And as you can see, Blue's getting beaten up a bit. It got like a good chunk of his HP down. Now this is where you definitely want AIS to pop up and help out. Now, here's the thing. Like, that worked, but you gotta be careful with that. Especially if it does a lot of damage to you. Metal says, I will always say that I wish AIS classes or specializations were a thing. I wanted my own personal AIS. I wouldn't mind spending Maseta to get my own personal AIS. AIS was so cool when they first introduced that in Mighty Defense. I was like, holy shit, what the fuck is this thing? It's a goddamn mech. And then apparently, I think there was something wrong with my screen. Oh yeah, there was some problems with the footage. Man, just... I kind of, yeah, the ARS was cool, so cool during its release, but then, you know, the magic fades away after years of PSO2. So yeah, as you can see, look at the map. look at the map. Look at what's wrong. We're only on wave 4, and these towers got destroyed. Only my tower survived. Actually, I need to figure out what killed it. It's the bees. It's the fucking bees. So, this is why you would want to spread out, just so you can address these things. Like, the bees are not as bad to destroy and kill. However, like, this MPA wasn't aware of that. And I had to use an AIS, I think, to try to help out. Now, we did collect a good amount of points, which allowed us to get our second AIS. But we should have used AIS around like wave 2 to lessen the load, to make it a bit easier, then do that for 3, 4, and 5 and upwards. But yeah, this was something. Actually no, wasn't that the beginning of a new wave? I think that was the beginning of a new wave. Okay, yeah, that was the beginning of a new wave. And then there was like a issue over there. Could be Exodas that destroyed it. Could be mobs that wouldn't be addressed yet. Purple died eventually in, I think this is wave 3. Yeah, this was what? Wave 4. This was wave 4 where Purple got killed. Green was having an issue. I guess a bunch of mobs were there and they just didn't tend to that. And then the only tower that was left is mine. And then usually this is just me for my defense 4. I do AIS on wave 5. And note that I said AIS. The reason why I say that was because 1, it's a recognizable term. And 2, it's just telling you guys I'm using an AIS. So you guys don't need to use an AIS if I'm using mine. But, you know, if you're going to use an AIS after I'm done, then that's on you guys. And you want 2 AIS for wave 2 because they'll be able to address a good chunk of these issues. Now, let me just skim through this. Because this is where, like, we're all defending blue. This is where we're defending the fuck out of blue. Now, let's get through this. And then, here's the final wave. The final wave, I did something stupid that I wasn't even aware you could do. Now, I'm gonna let the volume of this video play out.
Trying to burn the guy. Alright, so technically to burn him, I think I just need to press on it with attacks. I don't know if this could go.
Actually, no, I don't want to hear my old self. So, what I was trying to do, I was trying to burn this thing so it can stick out his main weak point. Malachi says some people use AI since you just have to equip them before boarding or hotkey chat command them. Oh, are we talking about the rings? Yeah. Okay, so that's a little spoiler. So here's the thing. Since we only have one tower, usually these AIs will point to all of these different towers that are still alive. Problem was, we only have blue, so all 4 of these are pointing their goddamn cannon at them. And as you can see, I tried to address these two. So what I did, I focused more on their cannon compared to them. The question was, how am I going to get the other 2? And the reason why this run didn't die out was because of one little thing that I don't think would have been possible if I wasn't in the right position. So yeah, I got rid of those 2 cannons. The problem is the other 2 over there, I think someone's trying to take care of one of them. And you can see that I'm trying to rush over there to at least do something. That happened. That happened. Like, I blocked that with my body. And I didn't die from that, surprisingly, but I did block it with my body. That was a random ass moment. Like, I literally, I don't know if that was even possible, but it happened. I blocked it. I blocked those cannons. I blocked 2 of them. I don't know how that worked, but I blocked 2 of them. Where we were able to at least continue this NPA run. Yeah, I used this character's body to block that. I was playing as a force, so I was surprised I lived through it. I face tanked that. And because of that, once again, we were able to kill this. So we killed this thing, we got it done. Now, on the second run, this is where we actually fell. And I think I got a good chunk of people from the last one as well. So, I think this one went... Oh, wait, this one was bad. Okay, I'm trying to remember why. So... I'm trying to figure out how that happened. Yeah, apparently there was a huge technical issue with it. Yeah, that's the one thing that I was kind of happy about recording, but then again, it's not in the best of qualities. Yes, now get on with the video me. Okay, I don't remember what happened. This is still on wave 1. We got purple killed. Oh wait, no, I think that's why I was staying at purple. So I realized we weren't having a lot of DPS and we were having issues with the mob. But I don't remember what exactly happened to get it killed. It just got destroyed. And right now on the map, going a bit forward, you can see that I'm still defending blue. I am always going to defend blue. And apparently that's another issue. I have a gold star above my head, meaning that I'm ranked number 1 because of damage or something. That's bad. That's not a good sign, especially if I know I'm not doing a lot of damage and I'm actually as number 1. That's not good. That is not good. And I got it again when... Yeah, I got it again when this happened. So, the thing that killed us was the fact that, one, our other tower got destroyed, so now we're stuck with blue. But this is at wave 3. We're stuck with just blue tower. And as you can see, we had to address all these goddamn mobs coming towards blue. So they're all coming in all these different various directions. And, yeah, we're just stuck with blue. And then this is hell. Look at the map. Look at the map. You see all these red dots and stuff? That's just bad. Bad in general. There's dots here, there. There's mobs coming in. All of us are trying to address it. I already used my... I think I used my AS already, too, in this, No, did I use my AS? No, I was debating about using it. But there's so many threats, and I don't think anyone even used an AIS during this point. See, these things... These towers are a giant threat. And there it is, an AIS died to an Exoda. There's that tower over there. No one addressed that far tower. This is why, mighty defense, you gotta be map aware. That's the entire gist of me showing this video. Anyways, let me get rid of that. Did they say 612? I guess, maybe. Oh yeah, I guess people started to did people ditch? I need to look at that video. I guess people did start to ditch, but yeah, that's the thing. Fucking Maint defense. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's some like old footage from 4 years ago when Japanese PSO2 was having that phase. Now, I do have a better run of it. It's up there, but yeah. Oh god. Well, Petron. Isn't that like the Buster Quest one? I wasn't here as much for it. I did run it once and it was fine, but then second time around, actually no, it was bad. It got to the point where I didn't even want to run it. Yeah, it was just map awareness. And I don't think I had expert on. So that was an issue, and apparently we're going through this again. Mining Base 3 had the most highest failure rating for the Japanese. For episode 2, 3, Buster Quest 2 was... Wait. Everything had the highest failure rate in Germany for episode 2, 3. Buster Quest was the only thing that got close. Well, if there's some statistical data, then I guess it is. I'm actually curious if they did have statistical data for it. No, we went through these cutscenes. We already did it for like the beginning of the stream. I don't need to see that all over again. It's just that, yeah, map awareness is extremely important. They might bring that over to NGS as well. Just be aware of the map, guys. That's like the one thing you want to do. Sometimes you may not need to worry about it as much, like for a boss fight like Persona. That one you don't need to be map aware. You just need to, you know, beat the shit out of Persona. But that was a clutch moment where I actually stood in front of that laser. Can I do that again? I don't fucking think so. I do have another video where my pal... Or my former, yeah, one of my pals and we actually did Mighty Defense 3. And even with the best equipment, and with like successor classes, let me pull it up over here. This one I'm gonna upload eventually. I'm debating about editing it, or toying around with it. I need to find it first. Where the fuck are you? I know I did a footage for Mighty Defense 3. This was like one of the rare moments where it was a random emergency quest that popped up. And then I took advantage of it to just do it. It's just that, do I have the damn footage? It is somewhere. I need to label these things. It is annoying to look through all of this without having a label on these. Is it this? So in this... Nope, nope, not that one. I think it was... Alright, they got they showed a Magatsu for one of these. Is this one? Nope, not that one. Man, I really do need to label these shits. This one?
Alright, so in this...
Nope, not that one. No, that's the same damn video that I just pulled up. Oh, I think it's this one. Finally, I think I found it. Okay, so, yeah, it's this one. So this one, let me just turn down the volume for it and just put some background music just to talk about it. This one was a recording that I did. Let me just put some music in the background so it's not as boring. So this one is actually up to date. It's current. This is Minor Defense 3, and my pal was running Etoile at level 95. I was running Phantom at 95. I think we were going for the highest difficulty. Not... Where is it? Did I pull up my menu to show what the difficulty is? I don't think I did. Now, we did this for shits and giggles. I was going to do this for a video just emphasizing on map awareness. I think this was recorded before you guys got into episode 5 over there in Global. Let me make sure it's not as loud. But yeah. Right now you don't see the other video of me like talking in the background. Yeah, most likely after I'm done talking about this video, I'm gonna end the stream there. So even with 2 people that are level 95, it is a pain in the butt to cover all 4 of these towers. We gotta have to deal with certain things. I'm either playing on super hard or extra hard, I don't remember. So I'm playing on my Phantom. It's before I actually got like a bit better with Phantom, and then my friend's playing once again Etoile. I think they were able to use a good chunk of weapons. Melakani says it can't, but on a window that allows within range, you will really just spam penetrating arrow withstanding your... Okay, so you guys are talking about braver stealth. So yeah, be aware of those pimples. Yeah, do I pull up my menu? I'm curious about that one, if I pulled up my menu to show what the difficulty is. Because I don't remember if this was super hard or extra hard. Extra hard was the highest difficulty you could go for Mind Defense 3. Oh yeah, I did my pal was able to get like rank 1. Fucking Etoile! I don't remember how well we did with this run. We succeed, I know that for sure. It's just that how well we did, I don't remember. But once if you're familiar with like how the layout is and how the waves are for these different mining defense, it's straightforward as well. But once again, this takes practice. So my pal decides to, you know, address those things. I let them do it while I take care of the tower. You can see there's something at white, but it shouldn't be as bad because it's only one mob dealing with it. Most of them, I did kind of aggro them, but my pal playing as Shiva, they pissed off a good chunk of them. And then Vad says, yeah, I finished all the quests and level up and I have 20 hours to spend. Alright, so yeah, you guys are talking about builds. And I just let Shiva do their thing. I didn't address anything. I was like, I'm gonna go collect crystals just in case. Now this is a Mining Defense 3 run with just 2 of us. I don't remember if this was on extra hard or super hard though. We just did this for shits and giggles. Now, I'd be curious if we would be able to handle like virtual defense, but I don't think we'll be able to do it 2-man with ultra hard. Unless I want to do that silly shit later. Yeah, she was gonna beat the shit out of me in terms of getting points. Especially with how they're mobbing and just killing everything as an atoll. I think the issue starts at like wave 5 where we were just having a bunch of issues with mobs and stuff. Because we only got 2 people. We're defending this entire base with 2 people. That in itself is a challenge. Actually, let me look at the levels. It should hit... Okay, I think this was on super hard. Because that's level 70. Melancholy says, I got spooked for a second though. Mining Defense was going on right now that you were playing without using your hands. I'm using magic. Now this is a video recording. I was gonna release it in the past, but I stopped. I might go back to it eventually. But this is just showing how you have to be map aware and just practice with training and how 2 people could make sure that super hard mining defense can survive. Granted that it's a bit of a pain. I think Creed's like, Morph, you should be super hard since the mobs are level 70. Yeah, and that's why I figured out as well. Because extra hard should be, I think, 80. Now, if we did extra hard, it would be... I think we would have lost. Just because of the fact we only have 2 people addressing all these issues. Like, you saw how many tiles popped up for just wave 3? And then RC says, hey Morph, is it worth making a decked out Liberate weapon or just wait for Liberate Gunblade and wait for Steel and Crafts to drop? In my honest opinion, I would say wait. However, if you can get, and if you're okay with decking out a Liberate, especially if you just want one weapon series spoiled, go ahead and do that. But personally for me, I would not go out of my way because I would rather wait to see how fast Global is doing stuff, and then once I understand the pace, then, you know, I'll go for the certain things that I need. But if it is easy to go for Liberate, go ahead and do it. Like, what else can you do over there in Global if you're not going to try to farm for that? Could do augment farming, but I would say try to get the glares, and that is linked to the ultimate quest right now. The only way you can try to farm other glares would be if you got seasonal emergency quest, the ultimate quest, and then the what is it? The Divide quest. You'll get that eventually though. But when Divide quest comes out, guess what? You will be farming for pure awesome steel weapons maybe, or the materials you need for the Light Weaver. Guy in the Japanese character says, hey, could you help me with a recipe for 4 slots, or do you have a link to a recipe. I want to add Absolute Glare to my Guardian Soul, Return of Fires, and Crack. There's a way to do that. It's with a wait, you're playing on Japan, right? It is with a receptor, so let me just pause this. I'll link it into the chat. Yeah, if you finalize it, the only way to move a Guardian Soul is if you have a receptor. Now, I'm gonna link you the video, and in the video description of that, it will have, what is it? The formulas or things that can help you move those abilities. Oh shit, yeah, well, there's, what is it? There's another way for it. Let me just send you, no, that's a fixed sim. Let me send you the other one too. That's like, no, that's not that one. There's this one over here as well. Now, there's a very specific one that you may want to try to do is in terms of getting Guardian Soul, Absolute Glare, Crack 5, and Crack 5 and Veteran Resolve 5. And I think I need to make that one formula though where you can actually go for what is it? Guardian Soul, Returner 5, Crack 5, and Absolute Glare. This one is a 5 slot and this involves receptors, so I can't give you this one. I'll have to make a separate video addressing that particular formula you just asked the guy whoever said stuff in Japanese, the person that's in Japanese characters. I'll make a video talking about that in due time with how you can make those 4 abilities. It is a pain in the butt to go for and manipulate, but hey, if you want the ability, go for it. It says, meaning you get damage out of the wait. Okay, so you're sharing some stuff in terms of classes. Let me pull up the replay again. Yeah, I'll make a video addressing it because I realized that in my formula videos, I did not actually cover that one because Returner Veteran Resolve was hard to get during that recording time. However, because of the new thing we have over here in the Japanese PSO2, farming for returners isn't that hard, and most likely Global will get the same method to farm for those, and then that allows you to go for that certain formula, Absolute Glare, at the factor. No. Guardian Soul, Absolute Glare, Crack 5, Returner 5, or Veteran Resolve 5. So as you can see, with just 2 of us, we were able to complete most of these waves. Now we're going to wave 5. Wave 5 is going to get a bit difficult. As you can see, there's a bunch of stuff popping up, and we had to try to address them as we see fit. Well, my pal and I decided to do without actually communicating it. I can just tell by the map, and most likely they caught on as well. We decided to split the map in the middle. I take the right side, they take the left side. And if we do swap areas, then we will most likely address certain things. Like, you see they're already going for the mobs. I'm going for the tower that's already on my end. There's another one that popped up near white. I'm going to address that soon. This is what happens when you got vets. And those who got sick of mining defense. They don't need to communicate it as much. They start to understand map awareness. And globals... Some of you guys might be able to do that over there in Global, especially if you have experience in the Japanese PSO2. So what I decided to do was kind of shoot Ragni a bit. Actually, I killed Ragni. Never mind. And because I know it was like super hard, I quickly took care of it. I took care of that tower because I was able to do that. I was going to address it eventually too. The problem was, just that I was taking care of Ragni and this guy, and I had to sacrifice a bit of the purple HP to address the things that were near that area that I was at. Okay, so I was looking... Okay, my pal was up there, and I guess I wasn't that map aware, or I just wanted to take care of Ragni since it was right in front of me. Both purple and white were taking a lot of damage. And it's just because I guess I didn't realize how my pal was actually in that corner collecting crystals. If you want the cheat method, I have it. It's in that link that I sent in the chat. That has both ways. But where is it? Actually, I should have that still. I'm gonna send it to you. Yeah, it's that thing that, the link that you see over there. Actually, do you not see the link? What the fuck? Does it not allow my own links? Hold up. Let me try that again. Do you guys see my links? I can't see it in the stream or in the chat replay. I might need to pin it. Okay, hold up. I pinned it. Now I need to figure out why it's not showing my own links even though I'm the main guy. That one should take you to the... Wait, it's a fucking studio thing, isn't it? No, is it? Hold up. It's taking me to YouTube Studio. I don't know if that's correct. Actually, let me click it on my phone to see if it works. Yeah, so those formulas are pretty much the cheap end without having veteran resolve. yeah, that's the right video. Now there's another one that talks about how to use it with receptors, but that video I linked you is just the general approach to making your Guardian Soul in these ways. I didn't talk about the formula that you may want to go for, which is Absolute Glare with Guardian Soul, Crack 5, Veteran Resolve 5. I need to make a video addressing that, because now, once again, you can farm for Veteran Resolve in the future for Global, and that is an option to go for. It's just that there's going to be a lot of manipulation involved with it. But that one avoids the Returner ones. There might be a couple of formulas that I have in there that does involve returners, but it's not like with the two with Crack and Returner 5. And this is if you do not have those receptors. Alright, so you guys going about class stuff. I should be taking notes as well, but... Honestly, I do need to give Bo Braver... Yeah, Bo Braver a shot. So yeah, for this wave 5, the only issue that we bumped into, or that I wasn't aware of, I guess, was the fact that my pal was up here in the corner when the mobs are actually attacking both purple and white. Is this a big deal? In my defense, I would say if we are able to succeed, it's not a big issue. Now, in terms of ranking, that's a different story. Now, this is Mr. fucking Beetle. Hey there, Beetle. And as you can see, there's a bunch of red towers, and this is where I had to address some of those, or my pal has to address some. But most likely, I see that my pal is dealing with the boss and some of the mobs, hopefully, and I decide to go out of my way to go kill these towers. Now, this is where you would want a good chunk of people, or you want an AIS, just so they can take care of those towers. I had to physically go out of my way to go over there to the other side. And I think I realized that like the tower was getting hit by the mob, so I decided to take care of them. Yeah, that's the thing. You gotta realize that even though you go for an all-rounder, if you have a certain class combo that focuses on doing something that might be niche or might be mainstream, I don't know. But the thing is, if your class is squishy, your class is squishy. It doesn't matter how much defense you have, and it doesn't matter if you have really good defenses as well, because if you go to a certain game mode where they're gonna hit hard regardless, then you're gonna have to deal with it. Now, if you go like, well, Hunter Etoile, that one's pretty tanky, and it's gonna take a lot to try to kill you with that, especially if you got tanky stuff. So if you have an all-rounder stuff, and you have those classes, and you're pretty much really tanky, and it's gonna be harder to kill you or one-shot you compared to like maybe, what is it, a Phantom main. Like, I still get one-shot every now and then with, despite all the augments and fixes I have on my units and augments and stuff. I still get one shot because that's what it is. The bosses are just fucking hitting hard, and they can ignore some stuff maybe, or there's some other multipliers like the Vi quest. When you do stage 30 to 35, they just hit hard. It doesn't matter if you have good gear, they will hit you. And if you have a glass cannon sort of class combo, it's just that they're gonna hit you. You just need to practice and get good and just know some outputs and stuff. But if you're trying to go like higher in terms of DPS and stuff, you would want to take advice and seek out information. Like, that's why I'm not the go-to guy when it comes to class talk. And I'm surprised I actually got 3,000 this run. And as you can see, once again, it's just the mobs and the amount of them that are smacking these bases. Ricky says, my Force Phantom kiss floor even with high HP and defense. Now, in this run, I also use an AIS. Here's the one snippet that I had to point out. The AIS is good for the difficulty. So if you didn't have decent gear for super hard, then that AIS can actually overpower you yourself. But if I was, let's say, I just did this for shits and giggles. It was kind of fucked up a run, I feel like. But what I could have, but the point is, if you have decent equipment that can overwrite the damage that the AIS is producing, then don't use the AIS. Because says, I main Luster though. Force Phantom are just for clearing the transfer passes. Gotcha. I still need to get into that. I'm still working on a character that is trying to level up Phantom. Actually, no, I have one character that might be able to do that. Meridia says, I follow fellow Megumi, I see. Oh yeah, wait, with these hints, I feel like you're Reaver. Are you Reaver? I feel like you're Reaver. Cause I remember you had a fire build where you spammed a shit ton of fire for techniques. And you pretty much followed the wave of Megumi. Megumi. Wait, did it say Megumi? I meant Megumi. Jesus, pronunciation. Ricky's like, Megamin. Me. I need to watch a stupid anime again to remember the pronunciation. Okay, yeah, so you are Reaver. I was like, wait a second. You brought up Draga, which is pretty much a reference to someone in the team. Fudge says, oh, I'm done. I didn't read all the guides, and this explains why level 5 is better in most cases. Yeah, there's a good chunk of information now on talking about guides and stuff. Like, it's not bad to look them up. If you need to, then go ahead. I just have a certain way I go about learning stuff. Mega Man. Mega Man. Like Mega Man said, just put everything into, what, explosions, or was it cooldown? I can't remember. Was it cooldown? She said something about, like, what she put a lot of her points into. Since originally we were talking about collabs, what collabs are you guys wanting to cross over? Or what collabs do you want to see in PSO2? Yeah, like, this run wasn't that bad. And, once again, I felt like I shouldn't have used an AIS, because that kind of fucked up, like, some of the defenses. Could have just stayed on foot. And even with the AIS, you can see that my pal beat me with a fucking Etoile by, like, a good 1,900 goddamn points. Explosions, yes. I don't know if you know him, Argus? This is the guy I follow for the most for everything on Bull Braver that I learned the most. Argus, let me type him up. Argus. I do not know him. Might look into him. Looks like he plays on EN. Actually, I think he plays on both. Yeah, there's a couple of people that I've been keeping tabs in terms of like builds and stuff. Or how they do stuff. I think there was some of that my in-game sis recommends in terms of braver stuff. I think one of them's really good with the katana, but I can't remember his name. Or her name. Their name. Like, there's a good chunk of untapped resources that are on the Japanese side. Like, there's some gameplays and footage from those who went nuts and can do crazy shit. With some of the builds. Since like great TPD is at 8, so I could run it today. Oh yeah, I do need to keep tabs on that. It is at 8. I do need to keep tabs on that Promodio. You guys would want to do that if you want to get that extra stone. I'm glad that Destiny's Child music is not like under copyright. It's like, it gives the same vibes as like Persona 5 music. Wes says, Under Night in-birth collab would be cool, but don't know if that's gonna happen. Could happen, because they already got Blaze Blue and Guilty Gear. wouldn't put it past them to not go for it, but at the same time, the question is when. Because they are going to do an extension or a revamp for Guilty Gear and Guilty Gear and Blaze Blue. So I wouldn't pass them if they would want to do that, but it's once again it's gonna be when. Same can be said like with something like Skullgirls. There's a lot of potential. Right now, the next collab for the Japanese PSO2 would be the Yakuza collab, but that's kind of in the same franchise as PSO2 because it's from Sega. They already did a revamp for what is it? Project Diva, because they did revamp the Miku stuff. Star Wars collab, lightsaber for every class. That'd be interesting, but I feel like that might or could be something for the global side if they can't get all the collabs. That'd be nice if it is different in terms of Japanese and global. Yes, it would suck in terms of like trying to get something from one or the other. But hey, look, you know, if you want to add some flair to global, then yeah, do something like that. Go for some collabs that are within the realms and possibility for the Western side. Like you guys already got that Team Fortress or the Steam collab. Yeah, we did get Fate. There's like several Fates. There's so many Fates. Wait, who asked for Fate? Oh, Van asked for Fate. Yeah, we have a lot of Fate collabs. And then this is where I pick up my stuff. And we got a B. So, pretty much the point is map awareness is going to save you a lot. My pal and I just did shits and giggles with that one. What is this, Armada? What is this, emergency quest? Yeah, this is our Armada. It's 5. You know what? For shits and giggles, I might as well do this. I just need to go on a different character that could actually do it. Let me see if I can sneak into this one. I'm gonna go on... Who is it? LVOX? They're weak to dark. Let's go on LVOX. I might as well. There's one ability I still need, which is the stupid Glare, Angie, and freaking Dominius. No, it's not LVOX, it's Rusa. Rosa. Let's see how well I can do with fucking Luster. Ha ha ha. Oh, where's that ire? Is this light? Ah, shit, it is light. Well, fuck. New. Yeah, the big one in terms of glare is just this one, Angie and Dominius. Oh wait, question is, do I actually have the do I have the Monkey King Bar perk on me? Don't remember. No, I'm just get poppy. Do I have a good chunk of... Oh wait, character storage is questionable. I might not be able to pick up as much. Depends on... I do need to collect storages of those. And then I have junk stuff, but I need to use this junk stuff. Put it in 3 for now. Another colony says, but my laziness is getting to me. I need to work on the Battle Pass stuff too. Battle Pass, I did most of them. Let's see, 2, 4, 5. I still need to do 5 of them. My other character, they're working on them. I think I'm almost close to finishing this special gift one. I think I'll be able to get at least 15 or higher by the end of this week. And then by next week, I should be able to get this Ice Stone. I really want that Ice Stone. I want my upgrade. I want that other Light Weaver. And the fact that you get a Light Weaver Stone at stage 50 death is now making me want to do... It'd be on point with that Ultimate Quest. Oh wait, I just realized there's like 2 sets of music playing. Thinking about it, I should use Zandy for this. Okay, I got the red circle to pop up. Or the triangle, surprisingly. And I wasn't even trying. I still need to get that timing down. You know what, I'll stick with Zandy instead. Since there's a bunch of... I'm getting smacked around, though. I haven't cleaned any of the tier missions. Well, it says Star Trek collab for global would be neat. I got a feeling that they might add Microsoft stuff. Maybe. Since Microsoft is the one kind of leading the Western PSO2. Granted that, you know, Japanese PSO2 is still there as well. So, it would be cool to see a Halo collab. Wait. Is 243 Industries different from, like, the Microsoft? I really need to work on Luster. That low level, you'll extend damage by almost half. Gotcha. I might go with Bandy. I mean, this character is technically heavy on the formal side. Right, right. Oh god, it's this thing. Oh god, I'm getting hurt. I'm dying. Ah, I messed that up. Actually, I'll take the AIS. Oh god, wait, I don't know the other enhanced triggers or stuff. The only one I'm very familiar with is the Baran one. when the turn comes to like the enhanced one. Two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, 1, 2, 3, 4. Never mind. I forgot it. I forgot all of it. Hold up. Maybe I already got it saved in somewhere. Is this slug? No, I don't need the slug one. Give me Baran. I'm okay with the Baran because that's what I was practicing with. And I'm most likely gonna die while I try to do this. Gimme. And I just realized that my lesson time isn't there. Okay, I did something right. I'm still wondering how am I getting this triangle most of the time. Oh no, I fucked that up. Mario is such a fun emergency quest, a long song for just boss fights or tower defense. It did have a good impression during its release, but then once again the magic dies out once you get used to it. Oh god, wait, it's laggy. It's laggy. I just saw that the stream is all laggy. That is bad. Maybe I'm playing too much. I think we're on stage 2, so let us start this up. Gotta go. When we infiltrate. The big one I need to do is that last stage. Let me get back over here. Actually, it's okay to have all the style skill tree on a character. Some of the luster skills aren't required to be maxed. Gotcha. I might need to rework him then. I might need to figure out who needs to get the rework, but alright, so most likely after this emergency quest, I'm getting into stream because I am getting hungry again. I feel like I always get hungry from doing a long stream. I'm gonna eat like a king tonight. No, the specific glares you need, the Dominius and the Angie, they drop at stage 3. They don't drop in any of the prior stages. So if I look at the loot that I got, you see there's no glares. It's not gonna happen. The only one that's gonna drop is the Vlog one. Vlog, whatever his name is. He does drop his glares. It's that thing that you fight at the very end. But the big two you want is Dominius and Angie. Everyone else is kind of... It's farmable in due time. And I can't hit those guys. Melancholy says Angie can still drop from SSS Trigger. Oh shit, this... I'm looking at the stream, it's like shit. The thing is off, right? Yeah, that's off, so... I'm guessing you can't handle, like, the photons. Too many photons. Or maybe I'm just going too ham with luster. Let me actually go and check. I'm gonna die by just like going through all these different windows. Oh wait, hold up. 1, 2. Should have actually hit that shift there. I can't see shit. too many lights. Yeah, that's the one thing. There's too many light effects sometimes, and I can't figure out when I have to do it. Especially if there's like a bunch of techniques going on. One, two, I moved. Yeah, I need to go back to like training. I actually need to go to Masquerade. I think he'll help me like in terms of just practicing, I guess, like moving targets. I didn't lock onto him. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shit. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I thought it was 4. Or was it right click? Actually, let me test on this thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, okay, so it's like that. I had to get that multi-slash. Okay, I messed that up for sure. Because I wasn't timing that right. Oh wait, there's still mobs. No, there's no more mobs. Because like, don't need to worry much on Masquerade. With this, with Luster. Non-style is considered different PA. Noted. One, 2, 3, 4. Ow. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ow. 1. Fuck you guys. I'm trying to practice. Don't beat up the midget now, Jesus. I like how I'm getting this triangle popping up now. And I'm not even trying to focus on the triangle. I'm just like doing stuff and it's just like, whoop. I'm like, oh, I got this thing. Alright. I didn't even lock onto him properly. Practice, 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 practice. Right. I started to get the gist of it. What time is it? Now it is what? Almost 20? I'll wait till the 20-minute mark and we'll go to the last one. So if I pick up this stuff, I bet you that these do not have any glares. Maybe a vlog. Alright, here it is. I'm gonna do this. Boop, 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 boop. The fourth hit is unique attack PA. PA equals 3 normal, 1 and the multi-slash. Gotcha. Okay, yeah, Vlog is the other glare that would drop in these prior stages. You want to hold on to it, but it's not like gonna give you a lot of money. It might be if you are able to capitalize on it if people are just ignorant on that. But in terms of the long run and in the future, it's not like the main big cash grab one. The Minius and Angie are the big ones. Oh, this is gonna be a fun one. We are fighting against the Minius. That means I can still practice. Good. So, the fourth is a multi-slash. The fourth, okay, I already read that. It's different from normal attack. It's required to do 3 normal attack to proc the multi-slash on 4th hit. PA in between will be set to... Okay, gotcha. So if I do like boop and then do that and then try to 1, 2, 3, and then I decide to do something like that. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's gonna reset it. Gotcha. Gotcha. So, yes, you want to collect all the glares. So if the log does drop in this run, keep it. Especially if it's 3 slot or higher. Same can be said with the Angie and Dominius. But when it comes to farming for these 2 augments of fixes in general, Angie and Dominius, you want to do Armada. Because that's the only way you can get them for now. Japanese PS2 had several ways to try to get them. It's just that right now, currently, they're gone, and this is our only main way. And it's the expensive fodder compared to all the other fodder pieces you need. But since I think with formal, to get the triangle, you have to do a PA, then connect the PA with another, or same PA. Vicky's like, second PA needs to be perfect. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know how, but I'm actually getting the timing right in terms of me doing the thing that I'm familiar with my combos. The Baron slash, whatever it's called. The brand extension. I'm apparently good with it, but I'm not actually thinking about it. It just happens. I'm surprised looking at the stream that every time we get the buffer, it's like the stream itself is just too many photons. We can't handle it. It's like we can't handle it. I'm just gonna hit in a straight line. Straight line. Straight line. I don't need to worry about anything. Straight line. And then also, if you plan to farm it, make sure to get the Monkey King bar with you. It's gonna be your best friend. So, in terms of just doing this, like, yeah, use up your cannon in this round because you're not gonna use this AIS any longer once you fight against Big Boy over there. Big Chungus just sitting on his throne right there. Let's see if we can get this. 1, 2. How dare you knock me? I was trying to smack your whatever that your arm piece. Oh, I could have actually hit that ship if I did that right. 1, 2. Well, wait. 2, 3, 4. Let me one. No, you bastard. Give me your arm or something I can smack. No, don't push me. You shall not deny me of my right to smack you and try to get my combo right. 1, 2. I fucked that up. You son of a. Oh wait, I went into purge mode. Oops. Wasn't trying to do that. One, 2, 3, 4, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Now. I messed that up. Fuck. I survived that. Well, survive is not the correct term. I tanked through that. No, I was just lucky. You could like fully hit on normal, then quick shoot will regain. Alright. Let me try to do it. Let me smack you. 1, 2, 3. And I messed that up. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I accidentally got into purge mode again. Alright, 1, 2. And I messed that up again. Fuck. 1, 2. How dare you? Okay, I think I got that one right. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4. Someone died on me. Hi there. Let me revive you. 1, 2. Shit. 1, 2. 1. Damn it. I don't have any voltage. I'm so focused on trying to get the combos. 1, 2, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, boom. 1, 2, 3. Actually, I got my thing. Then do it back to back. Never mind. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. 1. Combo time. Actually, might as well activate this. Oi, stop moving your head. Jesus. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just popping it. In non-style, you can hold weapon action to shoot like Hero TMG or Phantom Shift Kugo. Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Chris like always. Oh wait, funny how in Japan it's called Monkey King Bar and in global it's not. Yeah, I was confused with the translation. Now let us see what we get in terms of the units. 5 units. Give me the Minius, please. Let us see if I got the Minius. Ooh, 7 slot Dominius, 5 slot Dominius. That's a vlog. 3 Dominius. I'm actually happy with that. The 7 slot one is kind of up there. And I don't think I'm going to use that at the 7 slot. But yeah, this is why you will want to try to farm the Armada. For that's glare in itself. I would actually... I might do that as a service stream. I might do it on Monday where... I will do a bit of fodder making and just talk to you guys about augments and affixes. So yeah, I might also now I'll do that well, I can't do that tomorrow. Yeah, I'm gonna stream again on Monday for you guys. I might actually try to release a certain video tomorrow, depending on if I can get to the edits and the footage that I need. I'm actually gonna stay on this character so I can do my, weeklies. So, this concludes this stream. Thank you guys for chilling with me, relaxing with me, chatting with me and stuff. Gotta get ready to eat, and also just, like, try to get some footage for that certain video that I need to make. But it's been fun talking to you guys. I'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you, Ricky, Melancholy, Wes, Crew. Who else chatted? Van or Vag? Excuse me. I call you Van, but I meant to say Vag. And any other people who is lurking in the chat. Actually, I should say Reaper as well, or Reaper. Reaper. I think it's Reaper. But yes, that is it for this stream. Thank you guys for watching. See you guys in the next one. Peace.